the beginning.
Take it to the next level.
Good morning, or good afternoon. No, it is morning still, just been a long day already. Hello everyone, how are we doing here at the Players Championship Pro Tour live here at Online Darts? Yeah, that's the one. I got there in the end. Glad this isn't live. Oh wait. How's everyone doing in the chat room? Good to see you all. Yeah, I sorted the time out in the end, folks. Rose is in. Good to see you, Rose. Scruffy says hello. Nicholas is in. Lendl's in. How we doing, everyone? Rose has gone with my first question. Says Rock to have a good run today. So that's the first question. Who are you all backing today? Who's going to have a deep run? Who are you backing to win the title? There was a lot of early fallers yesterday. There was a fair few shouts for Andrew Gilding, gone in round one. Fair few shouts for Danny Noppert, gone in round one. Dimitri Vandenberg, an early casualty yesterday. Who are we all backing? Lendl says Dirk is going to do it today. How do we feel about Chizzy going back-to-back, folks? Starts off against Gert de Vos on board 11. He will be one of the two streaming boards as well. Luke Evans says Rock or Smith. Our board says Clemens each way 150 to 1. Steve Beaton will win today. Rose says I feel like Rock just needs that little bit extra to get over the line. He's so close. David Courtney says Smith for me. Mr. Boyce is in. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much. Alice is in. Hello, mate. Yeah, Jar, just replied to you. Afternoon, Jim, wherever you may be. Curtis J says, so needs a good day. He does. He was another early casualty. Though I knew there was one more. We had to. Lee says Cameron Menzies will do it. That one's a bit of a rogue one. We could be. Hang on. Let me just see what I can do. Alistair Hogarth says, right. I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't get the chance to see what darts Peter Wright used yesterday because he didn't make it to stream. Hopefully, that changes today. Perfect. Drop that one in. Can't forget our boy Andrew Gilding either. Yeah, he was another early casualty as well. Kevin Fox, afternoon, buddy. How we doing? Boy says Menzies needs a good weekend, still playing for Players Champ and World Champ spots, drawing Joe Collin first round doesn't help. Yeah, there was a few yesterday like that. I tell you who's had 2 absolutely filthy draws. Simon Whitlock, I think. Who did he play yesterday? Someone will know way before I get there. Yeah, Dave Chisnell round 1 yesterday. He's drawn Raymond van Barneveld today. Barney winner today, says Fireplace. Not happened since his first weekend back on the Pro Tour. Tom says I'm saying Damon Heta today. Fair few predictions flying in. Any more for any more? If you are getting involved, please remember to drop us a like throughout the day as well. It really does help the stream. Follow us on social media as well. Plan for the day, it'll be me primarily. We might get a little bit of Mr. Phil Bars when he's on the road again. The weather is a lot better. We may see the return of somebody else about 1-ish. And then Sam Tizzle will join me later afterwards as well. Stephen Bolton says, Chizzy win today. Back-to-back for you, Stephen, is it? Gert de Vos for the win. Round 1 or in general, Kurt? Mervyn King. Tough start against Michael Swift. He was another who impressed results-wise yesterday. Perhaps not so much performances. Gerwin Price against Christian Kist. Battle of former world champions, that one. Josh Robinson says Rocky to go all the way. Aidan, I think Price is about 80 grand behind. So he can't go on number 1 yet. I had a look yesterday. Damon had to win and not drop a leg all day. You know he's going to lose the first one now, don't you? Chizzy again or Smith. I think a Scottish will win today, hopefully. Is that because your surname's Ballantyne, Aidan, and you might possibly be Scottish with a name like that? Or is it because we genuinely are going to get a little bit carried away about the fact that Gary Anderson looked brilliant in the first 2 rounds yesterday? Big shout out to the darts referee, by the way. If anybody saw his tweet, Gary Anderson has the same alarm as Michael Bublé and wakes up just before Christmas. I thought that was pretty entertaining yesterday. Just waiting for everything to kick live then. The referees will be wandering around the room activating the iPads. We'll whack a board 2 on there. So it is Chisnell versus De Vos on streaming board 2 and Jose de Souza versus Ricardo Petreczko on streaming board 1 if you have PDC TV. I'll try not to spoil as best as I can throughout the day if you're watching along on both. But no promises if I miss anything. Also, for what feels like the first time in a long, long time, I don't think there was a 9 darter yesterday. Will we get one today? We'll have to wait and see. A few more games warming up. The referees getting their skates on Feels like they're a little bit late today. Afternoon, Pete. Very good. Thank you, buddy. All set to go again. Just going to share the fact that we're live on my own Twitter. That is my Twitter handle on screen as well, if anybody wants to follow along. Sousa is back today, yes. And he's rewarded straight away with a trip to the streaming board. Hit 350 180s. That's unreal if you're keeping track. Ricardo played incredible against Humphries. Yeah, look, I like Ricardo. There is a little bit of, not quite with the extension, but the way he pulls it back with the fingers up. There's a little bit of Bristow about the action. Or about the hand, certainly. Not necessarily the action in full, but Matthew Marsden says, I think Cullen wins today. Interesting. First players to get legs on the board today then. Rob Cross with a 13 darter. We also see a 14 for Devon, a 15 for Gerwin Price. Some interesting games as well. Richie Bennett underway against Ryan Searle. Cameron Menzies, Joe Cullen, as Boise said earlier. Stinker of a draw. Jeff Smith against Peter Wright. He's another man defending his tour card. That's an 11 dart leg to open from Jose de Souza. That one is on stream and I've just spoiled it straight away. Good job, me. Damian Mole takes the first against Christopher Ratajski. Menzies takes open against Joe Cullen. Jason Heaver, 15 dart against Danny Noppert as well. Mensur Sulovic following with another 11. Ryan Searle takes open against Richard Burnett. Van der Voort sharply levels up with Rob Cross. We've got a first leg for Dave Chisnell against Geert de Vos. And he does it on the Madhouse as well. Mervyn King takes open against Marcus. What is that opening leg from Marcus Smith? Cullen levels up with Menzies. Richard Kiss levels with Gerwin Price as well. Said Battle of Former World Champions in that one. Sagansky takes open against Dimitri. A little bit flat from him first thing. Ryan Meikle on the board against Johnny Clayton. Damon Hatter takes open against Neil Zonneveld as well. Sluggish start from Van Duivenbode, but on the board, as is Danny Noppert. Good evening, Juanita. I think. Steady from Cross to open. Decent from Chisnell. Luke Humphreys recovering from 1-0 behind as well. He was the battler of the day yesterday, Luke Humphreys. Never looked like he'd really settled in any game. Just kept coming through them at the back end. Hello, Laura. I hope you're leaving Maisie at school today after a darts-based math error. I hear she was not best impressed with herself.
Hello, everyone. How are we all?
That's what I see that.
Yeah, I'm good. Tired, but on the road again.
Good night last night?
Yeah, very good night. The darts were good. Venue was electric. And if you can have a bet on it now, get a good price on Adam Atkinson to win a tour card.
Impressed, are we?
Unreal. Jen, it's the first time I've done it. We've all seen the stats on the ADC. However, watching him live, great action, great temperament, and it took brilliance for MVG to beat him. And I know people say it's an exhibition, and for the pros, I agree. But for him to play in front of 1,000 people last night and do that, massively impressed.
Decent.
Yeah. And as well, MVG's finishing last night was just ridiculously good and funny all at the same time. In one game, he took out 106 ball, double three ball, 125 ball, 25 ball, and then 170 3 legs in a row.
Steady. Very steady. Much more than steady.
Ridiculous.
Who are you picking for today then, Phil? We've asked the chat room.
Who am I picking for today? Gerwin Price.
We're going Gazzy, aren't we?
Just out of interest, did you notice on the stream yesterday, did he play with his new equipment or not?
Who?
Gezzy.
I don't believe so.
Because he
Not
had
that
new
I saw.
equipment. Because he had new equipment that he played in Bradford with.
Mm-hmm.
And he was going to play with it on day one of the Pro Tour, he said as well.
If there was, it was a very minor difference. I mean, I'm trying to watch 6 million different things at once, so someone else might have seen it differently anyway. But yeah, I don't recall Gerwin Price's darts being different yesterday.
It wasn't a huge change. It was minor, but then there was he was at Red Dragon HQ to make a couple of little tweaks.
No, we can keep an eye out today. The one, perhaps the most intriguing one was, what did Peter Wright throw yesterday? Because he didn't actually make it to stream. So we don't know what he played with yesterday.
He could have thrown about 40 sets yesterday.
He looked pretty solid until he absolutely fell off a cliff against Mervyn King. However, he is currently 3-1 down to Jeff Smith. He was averaging 89 through 3 legs to start that to 96. So that 4th leg to get 1 on the board must have been pretty tidy. From behind, Cameron Menzies now leads Joe Cullen, by the way. Luke Humphries doing a job on Devon Peterson. Richie Burnett just levelled to Ryan Searle, despite being 7 or 8 points lower in the averages. Big turnaround for Vincent van der Voort, was 2-0 down to Rob Cross. He now leads 3-2. Gerwin Price is 4-2 up on Christian Kitst, averaging 110 right now.
You could see yesterday, although he didn't win it, you could see that Gezi knows how important this block of 4 is to him yesterday.
Yeah.
And look, I've got no stats in front of me or yesterday, as we all know. How far off going back to the top 16 of the Pro Tour is he?
Gezi?
Yeah, because that's the whole reason he played, wasn't it? Because he fell out to 16.
I don't think he fell out. I think he was on the cusp of falling out.
No, he was 17th because Johnny was 16th.
Well, he's back to 13 now. Johnny 14, Dimitri 15, Jose de Souza 16. Obviously, Jose didn't play yesterday either. So there's still a bit of pressure there. Danny Noppet at 11. He went early yesterday. And there's quite a big gap to Dirk. Chasing pack is Schindler. With Ty Ski, Andrew Gilding, Chris Dobie, Darryl Gurney, Gabriel Clemens. A few of them lost early yesterday as well, to be fair.
Yeah. I only remember looking, because I remember looking on Monday after the Euro Tour, that Johnny was 16th, Gezi 17th, and it was on Cam back, they were split.
Yeah. Sorry.
As well, I know we spoke about it yesterday. He's done it again, Gando, isn't he? He's given us that hope.
Yeah, but you went around early yesterday. You're like, I'm not going to get carried away with it after round 1. And then he backed it up 105 the following round that was probably even better. That was 110 plus for a large point of that game.
Didn't he have, I was looking at the stats, didn't he have 3 ton pluses in a row yesterday?
Yeah, 2, and then he fell off. 2 ton, he had a 102, then a 105, then he dropped off but still won, and then he got absolutely spanked.
Yeah, but in the one he had spanked, he had 103. So we had 300 plus averages in the day yesterday.
I think the 103 flat to deceive. It sort of flew up in the last 2 legs.
Like I say, all I've done is, obviously because I'm travelling at the same time, all I've done is look at numbers, and the numbers is what gives you hope.
At 3 or 4-0 down yesterday, he was averaging 78.
Right, okay.
So,
but he is like Michael Bublé, isn't it? It's like Gary.
Yeah, that was I did enjoy that tweet from the darts referee. I've already mentioned that this morning.
Yeah, it is like Bublé. Gary, it's Christmas. Here I come.
Just a couple of questions. The streaming boards at the minute. On streaming board 1 is Jose de Souza, so that's board 6. And on streaming board 2, yesterday's winner, Dave Chisnell, so that's board 11. Chisnell actually in a bit of trouble here. It's 4-2 down to Gert de Vos. Dimitri van den Bergville is averaging 83. He is 5-0 behind to Radek Zagansky, who's averaging 88.41.
Look, I know we've said it yesterday. We've said it a few times. There are huge question marks at the moment. Huge. Look, we all know Dimitri can play. Yeah. However, there's now there's a target and a pressure on him, target in brackets as well. I'm going to come on to this, that he's now a big name in the sport. That comes with another pressure. The equipment change is he's gone from a dart that he used for a long time to something very, very different. And we've seen it before, and I know Mason said it a lot on comms when he speaks about Peter Wright. Those boys can throw anything in practice because they're that good. But you can't practice shitting yourself.
Philip.
Which is what happens when pressure comes on. And I don't mean that horribly, but that's what it is. If someone hits a 140 to leave 36, all of a sudden your bum's going because there's pressure.
It's 12:15. Stop swearing.
Oh, shit's all right.
No, I didn't swear once yesterday. Spent 2 hours next to Tiz. Didn't swear once. We've lost him now. It's for a strop. Christian Kist, former Lakeside World Champion. He's currently 4 apiece with Gerwin Price. A couple of results to bring you then, folks, by the way, whilst Phil and I were nattering away. Luke Humphreys is a 6-1 winner over Devon Peterson. And Damon Hetta, 6-0 winner over Niels Zonneveld. Yeah, Garsby did say that he was Hetta was going to win the day without dropping a leg. I didn't quite expect it to. I thought it might not last the first game, to be honest, but nailed it. Zagansky's Dimitri's got a leg back. Gert de Vos now 1 away. Jeff Smith 4-3 up on Peter Wright. Peter Wright was 3-0 down, pulled it back to 3 apiece. Cameron Menzies 5-4 up on Joe Cullen. Afternoon, Kieran. How are we doing, buddy? Ryan Sell 4-2 to the good against Richie Burnett. Damien Moles 4-4 up on Christopher Tysky. Mixed fortunes for the Polish players right now. Gerwin Price 1 away against Christian Kist right now. Michael Smith 5-3 up on Mervyn King. Van der Voort from 3-0 behind to Rob Cross now leads 4-3. Johnny Clayton is turning the screw on Ryan Meikle, still averaging 103 as the ferret. He's 5-2 up in that one. Perhaps a big shock incoming. The return to former mentor Sudovic has been quite staggering, but he is absolutely taking Martin Schindler to the cleaners right now. He leads that one 5-1. Just bear me a second. I've got one little change to make. Cameron Menzies has just beaten Joe Cullen. What a result that is for Cammy. Marcus Smith beats Mervyn King. Radek Zagansky destroys Dimitri van den Berg 6-1. The young Belgian is gone. Excuse me. Gerwin Price beats Christian Kist. Mental Sudovic beats Martin Schindler. They're all the results we're pretty much expecting at the minute. Yesterday's winner is on the cusp, though. He's just saved a leg. 5-4. Petretsko 4 apiece with Jose de Souza. Young German fighting back. Ratajski fights back against Damien Mole. 4 apiece now. Vincent van der Voort, what a comeback that was. Rob Cross led that one early on, averaging over the 100 mark, but it's Vincent van der Voort that wins that one 6-3. The big Dutchman progresses. Yeah, I forgot about that, Tristan, actually. Mentor has recently changed manufacturer. It seems to have coincided with some good form. Gert de Vos has beaten yesterday's winner, Dave Chisnall. Won 7 matches on the spin yesterday to pick up the title. He loses his first today and he is out. Peter Wright won away against Jeff Smith. Big turnaround that for the reigning world number 1. Ooh. That's not a good sign, Tiz. That was a big yawn. Only another 5 hours and 20 minutes to go by yesterday's standards. Oh, sorry, folks. We were here for 8 o'clock yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah.
Play gets underway at 9:30. We were streaming from midday. Stayed here till about 5:30, 6.
Yeah, 6 left.
Back for some food. Half an hour in a hotel room. Back in here for 8.
Home for
2 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
Back in here for 8.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Same again today.
Tretzko takes the lead against Jose de Souza. Are we in for another shock? Jeff Smith levels up with Peter Wright. Could we lose the world champion in round number 1? We've already lost 5 of the top 16 seeds here this weekend. Rob Cross, Martin Schindler, Dave Chisnall, Dimitri Vandenberg, and Joe Cullen can all now go for a dip in the pirate-themed water park next door at the Barnsley Metrodome because they will not be playing darts for the rest of the day. Not in this tournament, anyway. Van Dyvenbode moves 5-3 ahead of Scott Marsh. Danny Noppert's battling away with Jason Heaver. That's 4 apiece. Gary Anderson doubled his lead on Max Hott. 2-0 to the good in that one. Burness gets one back against Ricky Evans. Damian Mole beats Christoph Ratajski. The number 16 seed is done for the day. 6-4 win for the Dutchman. Gary is doing it again. Anderson is 3-0 up on Max Hott, averaging 102. It only becomes an issue of us getting sucked in and believing it if he doesn't keep doing this. If he keeps staying at this level, playing at over the 100 mark, will I be tweeting he's back later on today? Jeff Smith has beaten Peter Wright, the world champion of world number 1, has just averaged 106.5, but is going home or back to his hotel room. Certainly, Jeff Smith, former BDO world finalist, has knocked Peter Wright out. 105. Check out Ethan Jose de Souza in the match. We'll see where that decider goes. Van Dyvenberg beats Scott Marsh as a 6-3 win for the Overgenius. Getting into on streaming board 2 right now. Willie O'Connor against Jose Justicia. Nick Full has gone 2-0 on Stephen Burton. Danny Van Tripp, 12 data to open against Mike Kivenhoven. And I know some of you are watching it on the stream, but Ricardo Petresco has just beaten Jose de Souza. What a win for the young German. He's been in the top 16, still alive. Yeah, a few. Luke Humphreys made it through. Dirk van Dijvenbode, Johnny Clayton, Damon Hetta, Ryan Searle, Michael Smith, and Gerwin Price. We've lost a fair few seeds from the top 16, but there's still plenty of quality within that. Potentially Danny Noppert if he can get through to this decider as well. Afternoon, Glenn. How are we doing, pal? He must have had a late night celebrating. I'm saying nothing, but he may have been tweeting at 1:45 this morning.
Yeah.
Nothing overly complicated because it's Dave Chisnell and English is complicated. But yeah, there were tweets from Dave Chisnell Twitter at 1:45 this morning. So either he just forgot about social media or he was out. Danny Noppert is through. Beats Jason Heaver in the last leg decider. Ricardo electrified Jose his match. I like that. Nice Pikachu pun. Jamie Clark's just gone 2-0 up on Brian Roman to open. Danny Van Tripp 2-0 leader over Mike Kivenhoven as well. Jim Williams, Willie Borland 2 apiece. John Michael leads Ted Evans 3-0, the big Greek man. Kevin Burness levels up with Ricky Evans once again. That was 3-1 to Evans. That's 2 on the spin for Burness. Nunchez takes the opener against Van der Velde. Another all-Dutch affair. I don't know who said it earlier about Gary going to win 6-0, but I didn't really believe you. He's just beaten Max Hopp 6-0 with 103 average. Gary Anderson is doing it again. Afternoon, Dan. How we doing? Gary just won it with an 11. Holy moly. It was Aidan that said that. I didn't believe you, mate, but fair play. What a shout that was. Are we saying he was 6 from 6 on the outer ring? Let's have a look, shall we? Winning legs of 18, 13, 13, 17, 15, and an 11 to finish. 50. You must have missed one. It was 50 and 3. Then 24 in 1. He did leave 32, leg 3, 65 in 2. So that was probably 25 tops. 78 would have been 54 or 18, 20 tops. 51. The 11 dart, that'd be interesting to see if he went 19, double 16 or 11 tops. Solid performance from Gary in that. Max Hart got close once. I don't offer you money. If you're old enough to bet responsibly, as per. Don't look at me, mate. You lot don't like the stream enough for me to have any money to give away. See that reverse psychology?
Yeah, like
Did you
that.
see that? Did you see
like
that? We
yeah,
got it.
Yeah. So you did.
That is interesting about Gary, about leaving 16s. I want to see him on stream. Kept him away from it yesterday. And Pete Wright. Mike de Decker, super impressive yesterday. Just taking the first leg against Florian Hempel. That's in 15 darts. Glenn Durrant won a piece of Andy Bolton. Interesting from Glenn. He says, if I told you 18 months ago Durrant would be a 1,000 to 1 outsider to win this event, today you'd have been questioning it. I told you Josh Rock goes off 1 to 14 on. Favourite versus Dozza at a best of 11. They didn't play each other. But wow. Murderer.
I think that could Josh Rogan.
Fair enough. Makes sense, Glenn. Nick Fulwell, 4 top on Stephen Burton. John Michael, 3 top on Ted Evans. Willie O'Connor from Tuna behind to Justicia. Levels up at 2 apiece. That pronunciation was a little aggressive, so I apologise. But Kevin Vaness, 5 for up on Ricky Evans. It's not been the best season for the Ironman. But a result here in round 1 would be a positive start. De Decker ups his average to 106 and he's 1 apiece. Loses the leg. Madness, I tell you. I tell you, it was madness. That performance from Dave Chisnell yesterday, a record-breaking 35 180s. You know what? I'll be fuming. Oh, tears.
What?
Johnny Clayton at a 9 already.
Is it 9?
Yeah,
You
the
missed it. Oh,
because we can't see on the screens, can we? You know, when we worked from home, we were saying this yesterday. Tiz and I were having a discussion yesterday.
what on earth? Why?
Why is it someone just drops in, oh, I heard Clayton at a 9? Why did nobody in the chat room notice Johnny Clayton at a 9? That was a solid game as well.
Guys, you need to step up. You need to tell us what's going on here because we can't do it all.
Yeah. I can literally see the home screen. I don't have enough eyes to be able to watch every single match like I would do if I was at home, or at least half the boards. But come on, man. Anyway, Johnny Clayton is a 9. What a boy.
Excellent stuff.
At least he'll have something to tweet about later. Why is Barney v Whitlock not on the stream? Because it wasn't picked. Barney was on there once or twice yesterday anyway. Murderer. Scott Williams takes the opener against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Does anyone else feel like, I don't want to be disrespectful right now, Pro Tour start on such a high because obviously you've got 16 seeds all in that first round of matches. It's interesting who gets there. This second set of matches, the game 2 on each board, just seem that little bit flatter most of the time. It's a win for Kevin Burness over Ricky Evans. Wins that one 6-4. Brian Roman, Jamie Clark, 3 apiece. Danny Van Tripp, Mike Kyvenhoven, 3 apiece. Willie O'Connor takes the lead for the very first time against Jose Justicia. Andy Bolton doing a job on Glenn Durrant, 3-1 up at the moment. Mike DeDecker has just upped his average to 109. What is the mile on this weekend? I want some. I definitely don't mean it like that either, so don't get any ideas. Folks, just meaning he's playing ridiculous. Willie Borland beats Jim Williams 6-3. That's a good win for the young Scot. Dan says, I thought Glenn was a commentator on Modus. I believe he's back down here in a few weeks. I'm not sure the exact date. He's definitely getting another shot. Glenn, not seen anything of Mike Diverberder recently. Is he still playing on Dev Tour? Love the pigeon. Mike took a break last year from the sport for mental health reasons, I believe. There was talk of a return earlier in the year, but I think he might wait until after January now if he is going to attempt that. I saw that there was a good discussion on social media this morning between Weekly Dartscast and MDA management talking about Benito van der Pas as well. I've just had a look. We're talking about Gary there. Good to see him back on form today. He's going to need that in the next match because he will take on Luke Humphreys. That's an absolute whopper of a board. Big Ben versus the pigeon, the London Clash. I like that. What did everybody think to the ADC partnered announcements this week then? So first up, we had the news that at least one ADC player will qualify or represent the ADC every week in the MODUS Super Series in 2023. And then they backed that up with the announcement that the Undisputed Series, the belt title holders, the challenge matches, will be moving here to the MODUS Live Lounge on a Saturday night once a month ahead of the Champions Week or Finals Week matches. So it'll be about 6 till 9 for those matches. And then Champions or Finals night will get underway from 10 p.m. I have to say, after seeing the setup firsthand, it is ridiculous here. No expense spared whatsoever. Lack of stats for which part, Glenn? The ADC. They've got Darts Atlas. They track an awful lot in there, don't they? Yeah. Yeah. Have you used Darts Atlas? Yeah, I think they've got like similar, but possibly even some of it is more in depth than what Dark Connect offers in the back end, in the rankings and stats and that sort of thing. Wouldn't trust my opinion. Dedeker went fishing and got the big one. What a boy. Wins for Brian Roman. That was from behind as well. He trailed to Jamie Clark. And a 6-3 win for Danny Van Tripp over Mike Kivenhoven as well. Deciding leg between Nick Fuller and Stephen Burton. Willie O'Connor won away against Jose Sticia. Martin Lukeman, 22nd seed today. 1-0 up on Adam Hunt. James Wade takes over against Keegan Brown. Stephen Burton gets over the line in that deciding leg. I think Dozer was struggling with his game before things like the Premier League and sort of eked it out for long enough. But lockdown certainly didn't help. I think if he could do it all over again with his time in the PDC, then he either wouldn't leave his job or either stayed on social media a bit more. Or he'd have found a side hobby, if that makes sense, something to entertain the mind. Because once he started in a little bit of a slump, it was almost impossible for him to get out of it. John Michael has beaten Ted Evans, and Glenn Durham did just go down 6-1, by the way. Dan says, do I feel like it's a matter of time that the PDC will absorb the live leagues? I certainly think that for an organisation that values the protection of their image and product as much as they do, that another organisation that are more than happy to work with the PDC and be a pathway to the PDC currently are causing them issues in that the prize money on offer here does eclipse the Challenge Tour, and to some extent there are 12 players here this week. The winner this week is going to earn more in one whack than a lot of tour card holders have in 2 years. Not a lot of, but a couple. Someone like David Evans only had 15 grand this year. William Connor beats Jose Justicia. Yeah, a couple of questions about Wade being 31st seed, Scott Williams 32nd. Pro Tour Order of Merit is 1 year rolling. Gerwin Price is playing because he's about Johnny Clayton's another who were close to dropping out the top 16 of the Pro Tour Order of Merit, and in doing so they'd lose the seeded spots for the European Tour, so they'd have to go to qualifiers and that sort of thing. So a bit more emphasis on them being here and performing over the next couple of days. Winner will earn as much as European Tour win. Yeah, because they've already earned 5 grand to get here as well. So 5 grand just to make this week, 20 grand for this week. If anybody hits a 9 in the next session and a half, 2 sessions, they'll earn an extra grand on it as well. There's £1,000 for a 9 data in Champions Week. So see how that one goes as well. And then next week, do it all over again.
Oh, beautiful.
Dave told me his best year's earnings was MODUS, who never won so much. Will earn more if he loses his tour card. Someone like David Evans, if he drops off the tour next year back on the Challenge Tour, would 100% be down here. Darren Webster's still on the tour, I believe. He's just not playing very well. He's missed a few events as well. He is one that is at big risk of losing his tour card off the top of my head. Where's that fight back come from? We've seen nothing of Florian Hempel for 6 months. Mark de Decker at one point was averaging 109. However, Hempel is one away. He leads 5-4. James Wade leading Keegan Brown 3-1. Getting to the way now. Callum Ridds and John Henderson. Chris Dobie against Keane Barry as well. That one will be quick. Afternoon, Pazza. How we doing, buddy? Dobie takes the first in 14. So I think a lot of players will not worry if they lose their tour card. I think we've said this a lot. We've said this for about 18 months now. There's never been a better time to not be a tour card holder. And whilst players will still have the ambition of being top 64, top 32 Pro Tour player in the world and being a superstar in darts, really, if you don't get through Q School, which is a bit of a lottery, and you are well placed in the challenge. This doesn't apply to everybody. If you rock up to Q School, average 60 something, sit bottom of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, barely win a game on there, and whatever else, you're not about to go and do well at the ADC, get an invitation to the MODUS Super Series, and earn money through the Challenge Tour. We're not saying there's an endless pot of money for players that aren't good enough to, or aren't successful enough to have reached a Pro Tour. But if you're well placed, if you're a top 32 contender on the Challenge Tour, have gone deep to a quarterfinal or semi-final, you've got that run in you. Big return, comeback from Mike de Decker. From 5-4 behind, he wins 6-5. Steve West needs to have a run today. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble as well, tour card wise. I think he's another that's pretty much resigned that it won't be going. Just think John Lowe earned 100k for doing a 9 dart at Howard Times Jones. Yeah, Ronnie O'Sullivan at £147,000 for a 147 once upon a time. Now they can't get insurance against it for £2,000. It's ridiculous. It's the high break prize. Who was the best brother, Steve or Tony? I'll be honest, and I don't want to insult too many people in saying this. I'm a little bit too young to have seen Tony play. Oh, Paz is all good. Still getting stuffed by 90 plus averages at Red Soul. We spoke about Red Soul yesterday. Someone asked about Aidan Kirk. I recognised the name, but I couldn't place it. And if he would ever make a return to the PDC, but mate, Red Soul's an absolute monster. Anyone locally knows that. Oh, I didn't even know. We mentioned Darren Webster a minute ago. He's currently 3 apiece with Stephen Bunting. Another decent performance from Bunting, averaging 96, where he just cannot put an opponent away at the minute. Last year, Dobie was the unlucky man. He played very, very well consistently, didn't get results. This year, I definitely think that title belongs to Stephen Bunting. Barry Van Peers taking the opener against Darryl Gurney. John Henderson's levelled up with Callan Riggs. Keane Barry was averaging 103. That's just dropped a bit in the last leg. Chris Dobie's now averaging 107 and is 3-0 to the good in that one. Gian van Veen, the really impressive young Dutchman. We seem to say that about an awful lot of them, but he had a solid run yesterday. It's just taking the opener against Kim Hybrex. Roby John Rodriguez just fired in a 12th darter to open against Sean Wilkinson. Scott Waits takes the opener against Andrew Gilding. On streaming board number 2 for your guys' viewing pleasure at the same time if you wish. Adrian Lewis against Adam Gaulas. Rose, not a good year for Hempel. I feel like he went downhill since his good run at the Worlds last year. Yeah, it's just nosedived. There was no gradual drop-off. It was literally, right, return for this season. Had a great year last year. High hopes. Love the action. Was just starting to get a few more TV appearances, which is exactly what he needed. And it's just gone the other way at the minute. Hopefully he can pick that back up a little bit. Lendl says, I'm worried about Max Hopp. Tour card is gone. That it's a bit like me. The whole is Ryan Self safe for the match play situation. He's not mathematically out of it, definitely not. But it would take a miracle right now with the way that Max Hopp is playing for him to keep his tour card. And at that point, he's too old for the development tour now. Would he play Challenge Tour if he went to Q School and didn't get it? I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done for Max Hopp right now. Paz Aidan Kirk definitely getting back on decent form. Very talented dart player, always has been. I love Aidan, got a lot of time for him. Is Scott Waits safe? As in terms of tour card? Let's have a look. No. But did Scott only get a 1 year? Is Scott only on year 1 of 2 now? Yeah, I think Scott Waits is on a year 1 of 2. So he is safe because he can't lose it this year. But a lot of work to be done if he's going to keep it next year. Be honest, I'm a little bit underwhelmed by the impact that Scott Waits and Scott Mitchell have had on the PDC. Former BDO World Championship winners. We can all debate whether or not Scott Waits should have moved to the PDC after he won the Grand Slam as a BDO player in terms of ability and the buzz around him at that point. That was commercially possibly the best time to move, but he didn't feel it was right for him personally at the time. Ability-wise, top-level ability-wise, they are both ridiculous dart players. Scott Mitchell's, he just never seems to average less than mid to low 90s. He doesn't go high enough often enough. Was that what I think it was? Because the first leg was terrible. So win for James Wade. He beats Keegan Brown 6-2. Scott Waits just got one back against Andrew Gilding. It was an 11. You know, you just see a big jump in an average and you start thinking, was that what I think it was? Ian White off the radar too. Ian White is a victim of COVID lockdown. Massively. Not getting any younger. Perhaps was starting to tail off a little bit. But in terms of, through absolutely no fault of his own, being pretty secure in the rankings, can turn up to Euro Tours, which were 100% his bag, if you like. Carry his form over and just be steady there and stay in the rankings. All of a sudden, Ian White's lost tens of thousands of pounds off his ranking event through the return season where there was 3 Euro Tours instead of 12. Form-wise, struggled for practice, struggled to get going again, but without those events, he's just so far behind. Chris Dobie, 5-1 up against Keane Barry. That's Barry's first leg. Streaming board 1, by the way, folks, is Alan Suter against Gabriel Clemens. Suter's has gone 2-0 up against the big German. John Henderson, Callum Ridge, 3 apiece. Big game for both of those guys still. I feel like Darryl Gurney against Barry Vampire has been 2-2 for a long, long time. Josh Rock has taken the opener against Kenny Nyans. Close enough. Mickey Mansell beats Steve West 6-3, just a 79 average for Steve West. As I said, I think he is pretty much resigned to losing his tour card right now. (5-2). Keane Barry gets another back against Chris Dobie. (6-4) win for Stephen Bunting against Darren Webster. Has Kevin Burness been going well? Have a lot of time for his game. In short, no. It has not been the return to the Pro Tour that I think people expected after seeing just how good he was in the amateur side of the game or other areas last year. It doesn't always transfer 100%, but myself and Tiz were having this conversation yesterday. Richie Burnett came up in conversation, and Burnett and Burness were both regular features in the Live League back in Southampton. They were both pretty much set to be competitive in the World Seniors. And then both went and earned tour cards that ruled them out of it. And actually, if you look at the year that they've both had, you probably have to say, given the improvements to the Super Series, the amount of prize money on offer. Burnett likely would have had at least one wild card to a World Seniors event last year, given that he was 96 world champion, 97 world champion. He would have at least been in the Worlds as one of those. Burnett qualified for the World Seniors World Championship, and then that place went to Dave Prins as the next on the order of merit. So John Henderson lost his tour card. I'll just saved it for another year. He's outside it at the minute. Obviously, there's still 4 Pro Tours to go, potentially a World Championship qualifier, Players Championship finals, Euro finals, and the World Championships to go. So making sure he's trying to sneak into Minehead, I think. And then a trip to Ali Pali would be absolutely massive for him trying to keep his tour card. But if he doesn't start picking up some serious ranking money, he might well be in trouble. Chris Dobie gets over the line then against Keane Barrett's 106 average for Hollywood. Superb performance from him. Andrew Gilden has reinvented himself on another level. Great to see how good he's become. I'm not sure reinvent himself is the right way. He's gone away and worked on his game. His action is still pretty much the same as it ever was. He's still got the same step to the hockey, step all the way across it. I don't find it that watchable, but it works for him. The throw is what it used to be. Still got an issue potentially about getting over the line. The big ones, we've seen that recently, especially on TV. Was in 2 very, very strong positions and didn't manage to convert. But his performance level this year has been ridiculous. Martin Lugman beats Adam Hunt 6-5. So that's smash through before any game flies too far ahead. And then I start waiting for results. I'm going to have a very, very quick ad break. I'll be back on the other side of this one. Super dramatic, that one, but I love it. Welcome back to Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts. Myself, Jack Colby Garwood, Players Championship number 26. Just 4 more to go before the end of the season. Quick reminder, if you haven't done so already, please do drop us a like on the stream. Really would appreciate it. Boiler says the players are back to doing well. Gilding, Clemens, and Roby John. Cursed. Yeah. Gilding's just got a leg back. He's 4-3 behind now to Scott Waite. Clemens 3-2 up on Alan Suter from behind. And Roby John 4-2 behind Sean Wilkinson. Has William O'Connor or John O'Shea played yet today? William O'Connor has. He played on the stream. He beat Jose Justicia 6-3. And John O'Shea, I think if you look at the very, very top of your screen, has just gone 1-0 down to Brendan Dolan. Quite reserved online after Liverpool beat Rangers. It's what we do, isn't it? Don't want to get too carried away, you know. I know a couple of Celtic fans. They got a message. Well, I got a message from them. Sorry. Happiness. I'd rather have it been Celtic. I'd have loved to have bashed them. Josh Rock is a 6-1 win over Kenny Nyans, averaging 96. Absolutely slacking, Josh. I joke. What has he done? And then obviously the fact that Connor Scott is having 120 after 2 legs. 15 and a 10. A 10. Ridiculous. It's 112 average for Karol Sedlacek. It's a win for John Henderson. He beats Callum Ridge 6-5. Massive for Big Hendo. Medium-sized Hendo nowadays. Big Hendo weekendo. Adam Gaulas is 4 up on Adrian Lewis on the streaming board. I've not seen a massive amount of this. Every time I have looked, AD Lewis looks a little bit frustrated. Is the pace getting to him? Those that are watching live. Connor Scott goes 3-0 up on Peter Hudson. George Killington getting it away against Wesley Placer. Killington was superb yesterday. Boris Kirchmars taking the open against Ron LeBon. Moolenkamp. Andrew Gilding levels up with 4 apiece against Scott Waits. That Waits average is falling. Not good. Gian Van Veen, not the best performance-wise, but he's just beating Kim Hybrecht 6-3. No, so I don't start coming at 1-1 at the break either. Also, at the risk of sounding like every single Liverpool fan in the country, if anybody ever calls us Liverpool again, I'll flip out. Just get nothing. Shocking. Centre check now 4-1 up on Madas Razma. That practice he had in Leicester earlier in the week must have helped. And Sean Wilkinson, Roby John Rodriguez 4 apiece, as is Scott Waits, Andrew Gilding. Kevin Dukes is a leg away from victory over Ross Smith. And that is a win for Kevin Dukes in the end. 6-4 win over Ross Smith. Dan says 80, just too many loose darts. Can be put off by your rhythm. We'll see how it goes from here. Lee says, I've been disappointed in Chaz Barstow at MODUS Super Series this week. Thought he had a great chance. I think everybody had a great chance. That's the issue. When you've won a week, depending on where you fall as well. I think Chaz played a lot in Southampton, not as much here yet. He also played a lot of evenings in Southampton, so he fit it in around his work commitments. With it being Champions Week and with there being the chances to then qualify for finals night, his average meant that he was in Group A. So instead of only being available for Group B as he has been before, taking the advantage of being included in Group A, 2 chances at it, and genuinely playing 5 days all daytime and whatever else, I think is that little bit tougher. How do you think Steve Lennon is playing? Does he have a chance of losing his tour card and start winning? I don't think so. I don't think he's playing fantastic, not compared to the impact we've seen him have before. He's 58th actually on the tour card race, so he's not massively safe. He's only 7 grand clear of number 64. Number 64 happens to be Scott Williams as well. There'll be a few on the Challenge Tour, hoping that Scott continues to move up these rankings. Didn't Scott Williams qualify for Champions Week? Scott Williams did qualify for Champions Week, and then he elected to play the Pro Tours instead. There's quite a few here that would have had call-ups, given the absences. With obviously Jim McEwen is a player who is taking part in the Pro Tours at the minute. He was ranked 11 on the Challenge Tour of Merit, and some of the guys here, Rob Owen and that, were higher up. I think the difference between Scott and everybody else here is once that Challenge Tour weekend is over, their Pro Tour Order of Merit ranking in here, Rob Owens won something like 7 or 8 grand on the Pro Tour maybe, whereas Scott Williams needs more and more and more to keep his position, and obviously that will count on his ranking next year. Whatever these guys earn from the Pro Tour this weekend will likely not count towards any ranking next year, especially not for someone like Rob Owen who then picking up a new tour card. So financially, as a chance to compete and win, there's more opportunity for them to win 20 grand here than feeling confident enough to rock up to a Pro Tour and having to win 2 of those to earn 24 grand sort of thing as a balance. So yeah, Scott did qualify for Champions Week and withdrew. Josh Payne is the man who replaced him. Do you think Price will be booed in the World Championship this year as he has been previous? Probably. I think going Price at big TV events is going to get booed at the top of his walk-on everywhere but in Cardiff. I'll be completely honest. A lot of that now is a bit more pantomime than malice, I think. It's a bit like Peter Manley going on stage or Paul Nicholson or whatever. You created that character, that persona a little bit, and in the past have said to people that he doesn't mind the booze. In fact, he wants the booze sort of thing to get him up and going for it. So in terms of that, yes. Will he get constant booing and abuse, whatever? I hope that's dropping off. We'll have to wait and see. However, what we will have to see is this. The Barney alarm is back. 5-time champion of the world gets underway against Simon Whitlock. Who do I think that is the winner today? Yeah, I forgot my prediction, to be fair. I feel a bit harsh that it's always half the way there already. Karol Sedlacek has beaten Madars Razma 6-2 by 106 average for Evil Charlie. Some performance that. I think Johnny Clayton might pick up the title this year. This year today. Alan Suter beats Gabriel Clemens 6-4 to win for Suits on the streamer board. William, how far off the world is John O'Shea? What's his rank? John will know this off the top of his head. When we chatted with him the other week on Monday night on the Live Lounge. Man, reeled off so many rankings. World Championship race is what we want for that one. He's in the World Champions at the minute. And he just could do with a bit more prize money. Mike Dedecker winning and Alan Suter winning won't have helped. Ian White going out early might, if that happens. Boris Kirchmar as well. He's forward up on Ron Moulenkamp. But yeah, keep an eye on that one. Whitlock takes opener against Barneveld, but it's nothing to write home about. Lewis 2 of 26 on the doubles. That's not good. That's the Lewis. That's the performance that Gary Anderson's been chucking in after he's played well. And every time we have that conversation going, he's back. Is this the moment? Blah blah blah. Chucks one of them in. Mike says, as Gezi fan of some Welsh, I love him getting booed, rolls him up. I think it does at the start of the match. He has an issue with it later on, obviously. Have to give the players a miss this year. Wales in the World Cup is far more important, seeing as that may take another 64 years. Do both. Have you not heard the good news, Mike? Fantastic head of hair on the mullet. I love that's his nickname as well. Good game this in prospect. Danny Anson against Matt Campbell. On the... I suppose it doesn't matter to you because you play early on that day. During the Players' Championship final, I think you play around at 10 a.m. actually. They've moved it for the England game. The darts is starting early on Friday in Minehead of the Players' Championship. It will start at 10 a.m. I believe, with no break in the session and run through until 5:30, 6. And then upon conclusion of that, no split session, straight into the football. So in Minehead, they're going to be showing it up on the big screens. So it doesn't clash with anything. But I believe it will clash with the Wales-Iran game. So good point. Can we watch the Barney game, please? It's in Dark Connect or stream it. It's not streamed. And if Phil was hosting, then yes. Or if I was at home, then yes. But the lack of screens I've got at the minute means that if I want to then share that one on this stream as well, then it would just be a mess. So, no. I think it was an ITV decision, not Minehead, but if they've got people on site, they might as well. What big names have we lost? An excellent question. Early door losses for Christoph Ratajski, Andrew Gilding, Kim Hybrex, Matters Rasma, Rob Cross, Rob Smith, Jose de Souza, Gabriel Clemens, Peter Wright, Martin Schindler, Dave Chisnell, Adrian Lewis, Callan Ridds, Dimitri van der Berg, Daryl Gurney, Joe Cullen are all seeded players to fall and in round 1. I think Danny Anson winner of the Pro Tour. Ever, potentially. Right now, he seems 5-10 points short of where he was. Wins for Jules Van Dongen over Ian White. That will help John O'Shea's race to the World Championship. Karen, random question. You into football? And if so, who do you support? I'm into pretty much every sport you can possibly imagine. So I am a Liverpool football supporter. I follow Nottinghamshire in the cricket, also various franchise teams that I'll sit and watch more than others. I am a Harlequins rugby fan. I go to the ice hockey elite league in the UK quite regularly to watch the Nottingham Panthers. For the American sports, it's anything based in Boston for me. So the Patriots, the Red Sox, the Celtics, and the Bruins. I think that's pretty much it at the minute. I used to work for Notts County, so I tend to try and keep an eye on their results a little bit, especially as they're doing Wrexham in at the minute, which is brilliant to see. Well, I say 30k is enough for the Worlds. Is that Pro Tour of merit? I don't know, to be honest, because the Players' Championship finals and whatever, players might jump in all over the place. Hopefully, if Liverpool don't win tomorrow against Forest, and when I return home on Sunday, because I live in Nottingham, I'm going to get some abuse. A lot of abuse. So, chop them trees down. To be fair, when Forest were playing well in the Championship last year, I was all for it. I thought it was brilliant. The atmosphere around the city, the mentality, the size of the club and everything was brilliant. Steve Cooper did a great job getting them up. The way that he built that squad, fantastic. The way that the club have sort of decimated it and just spent a shed load of money to do so. I know a lot of it they've been treated a little bit unfairly in the fact that a lot of it was loans, so they had to replace a lot of those players anyway. But we'll see how it goes. I'll come back to you in a minute, William. We'll stick on football for a second. Nunes actually overhated, in my opinion. Well, yeah, look, Gabriel Jesus is apparently the signing of the season. Nunes has played half the amount of minutes, scored the same amount of goals, looked sharp against West Ham, probably should have had 2 or 3 more. The team struggled to start with, changed formation up a little bit. He's still young, big price tag. I believe in what the team and the club pick and do, and have to wait and see how that plays out. Brendan Dolan just beaten John O'Shea, though. That's a 6-3 win for the history maker. Early exit for the Joker. Elsewhere, Scott Mitchell 4-up on Luke Peters. George Killington 4-2 up on Wesley Placier. Peter Hudson and Connor Scott 4 apiece right now. David Evans is 3-2 on Nathan Rafferty. Not the best averages in that one, though. Martin Clearmacher is 4-3 up on Steve Beaton. Barney leads Whitlock 3-2. Completely forgot that game was going on. Danny Baggish 1 apiece with Jake Jones. It's Joe Mernon 2, Mario van den Bogart 1. Jim McEwen streaming board 1-0 up on Tony Martinez. Steve Lennon has gone 2-1 up on Bradley Brooks. Jeffrey Desvan is 2-0 up on Jack Main, another person who is in desperate trouble to save his tour card. And Matt Campbell 3-0 on Danny Jansen on the stream. Surprise Rapid Ricky has been in reasonably form recently. Still think his best chance to win the title was against Williams earlier this year. 100% agree on the title. Played himself back in some good form. I've seen on social media he's been putting the hours in, putting the practice in. It'll be interesting to see what happens next with Ricky in terms of manufacturer, because I think he's gone back to his very first set of target darts. Obviously, he's not with them anymore, so he didn't wear the shirt yesterday. So we'll see how it happens. Jim McEwen playing with new darts. Yeah, new darts from Mission, I believe. Darts UB. I can't remember who Jim signed with. They are slightly different to what I've seen him throw in the past. Gold as well. Yeah, of course, I might just drop me a message on Twitter. Pretty busy until the middle of next week-ish. So we'll see how it goes. I'm here till Sunday, and then I've got a few things to work on for the World Seniors. My 6 best players of all time, I presume we're back to darts on that. Phil Taylor, number 1. MVG 2. Eric 3. And then it all gets a bit hazy. They're definitely the top 3. I'll have to write the rest down. I do this a lot, and I think that 5 and 6 changes a lot, that 10 changes a lot, especially when you consider the prowess of modern players versus the title success of historic players, legends of the game. But I can 100% tell you now that Barney isn't there. Gando definitely in the top 6. In terms of achievement, like, he was, a couple of darts away from back-to-back PDC World Champion, which would have been ridiculously impressive. And he's picked up a lot else. His top-level game, very, very good. But he's another that, if you look at his titles on paper, he is... Peter Wright is not too far away from matching him. Gerwyn Price could match him very, very soon. And are we suddenly going to start debating Wright and Price as top 5 of all time? Do we feel the same way towards them? Is there some sort of leniency or bias because of that era that we had where Gary and MVG were duking it out for world number 1 pretty much constantly? I don't know, without a little bit of soul searching on that one, if that makes sense. So Connor Scotch has beaten Peter Hudson 6-4. Who would be my favourite player in the order of merit? I like Gary. A lot of time for Gary. We just had that. I like James Wade. I think he's massively underappreciated in the sport. For a game or sport or contest that is constantly debated how much it is mental versus physical, and often a lot of people come up with mental dictates a greater percentage of what you need to be successful in this sport. To have been as successful as James Wade is without the scoring power, to pick off legs and be more creative and not focus on averages and whatever, but to do what he's done in a sport that is as mentally taxing and challenging, considering the mental health issues that James Wade suffers with, I don't think is spoken about enough. Brendan says Wolfie's top 5 for me. I know people will question it, but he did prove he could play in a PDC in his runs at the match playing Grand Prix. In terms of titles won in the BDO, yeah, 100%. I had the pleasure of sitting with Wolfie for a couple of hours of the night. Highly intelligent, very, very loyal, fantastic dart player as well. But I think the BDO was more competitive while Wolfie was winning world titles in it, but also it wasn't against Phil Taylor. And that's a lot of these are a yardstick measured against what Phil Taylor did and would do as number 1. Do I ever think darts will be in the Olympics? Look, alcohol is no longer on the banned substance list, which is a massive step in the right direction for darts to be included, because whilst we're all fully aware that commercially the need for darts to have cleaned up its act and its appearance was certainly there, it needs a governing body recognised by the IOC. I'm not sure that the WDF any longer sit in that position to be strong enough to do so. And I'm not sure there's enough nations elsewhere to play in it. Do you then allow professionals to play in it? It gets a bit messy. I'd love it. Absolutely love to see it in the Olympics. How you pick teams, and that would be completely different politically. So potentially not. Have I missed any in here? Jim McEwen's playing Manu darts. Has Matt Campbell not lived up to the hype? Sometimes not. I think it's been a bit of an up and down year for him, still settling. I don't think enough is made of the fact that 95% of the tour is miles away from Matt Campbell's home. Phil Taylor is the GOAT. Your top 6 was shocking, Mike. Look, Dance's not Barney, shocking. 5 world titles, gets brought up an awful lot. 4 of those were in the BDO. A couple of them were just as competitive as the PDC at the time, potentially. Avoided Phil for a little while. Finally went over to the PDC, had the impact he did on the PDC in terms of beating Phil at the UK Open and the World Championship. But after that moment, Raymond van Barneveld became a perennial career underachiever. To have only won 2 other TV ranking events in the PDC, starts classifying the World Cup as a title, as a pairs World Championship or whatever, a Premier League in there and a Grand Slam before it was ranked. I'm not sold that that's a top 5 player of all time, when players in recent years like Gerwyn Price, like Peter Wright, have been more successful in the PDC. Do I agree with the fact there's no WF spots in the Grand Slam? I think surely the winner of run-up in the world's born on a spot. I'm not sure the relationship's there anymore between the 2 organisations. In the old days, yes, the minute they ranked the Grand Slam, then I can see why they're not. So, yeah. While I'm talking about Barney, hello, Mr. Eaton.
Good afternoon.
Gianni Army, is it?
Right. Have we got?
No, let's just do Pro Tour.
No.
Yes.
No.
I'm not giving you an hour to sit and rant about Barney and his sofa.
No. We need Mike Duffy for that.
You've been about
We need Mike Duffy for that. There's a blast from the past.
It's been an extension of who are your top 6 of all time.
Top 6? Well,
yes.
Okay. Well, in no particular order, Philip Douglas, MVG. No, well, he's not. No, the way around. Sorry. MVG's 1. Philip Douglas.
You just say that to try and wind people up. Phil 1, MVG 2.
I was going to say Gary then. I don't think Gary. I'd go Bristow 3.
That's where my top 3 got as far, and then after that, it's a little bit.
Yeah. Probably.
It's a little bit sketchy, isn't it? Do you then start looking at Gary? Probably. Do you then start looking at Jockey? Yes. Bob Anderson, John Lowe?
I go Jockey at 4, probably. 5. I'd probably look at. See, the thing is about Barney is the fact that, and I remember doing the piece last year on this when he managed to make his way through into Q School. By the way, hi everyone. You've got me till about 10 past 2, 2 until Tiz is basically free. So the problem with Barney, and why people quite rightly can give him that the top 5 spot is that the fact that he did win the titles when the BDO was arguably the stronger organisation of the 2, as you were mentioning before. But as you say, I mean, your last TV ranked win is a tournament that ain't played anymore. So
classic.
Well,
he won the Premier League and the Grand Slam after. Obviously, the Slam wasn't ranked at that point. I'm still not sure. I like the decision to rank it when it was. The Premier League is still ridiculously difficult to win. So, granted, fair enough. But other than that, he's literally relied on World Cup wins and good performances in the World Championship. That one against Michael van Gerwen in the quarterfinals springs to mind, etc.
When he was, when he was carried a lot of them by MVG. Let's not be.
No, he played well in some of them. The game against Australia, he was solid in one of them.
Where is it? Did I hear Jockey in the top 6? Tristan said, yes, you did. Jockey deserves absolutely to be in the top 6. Was the first real darting star, in my opinion.
Alan Evans was up there in that regard, in terms of being a darting star, superstar back then. Once you get outside the top 3, I think pretty much everybody in the world agrees. Yeah. I think everybody agrees that the top 3 of all time are, in some order, Phil Taylor, Michael van Gerwen, and Eric Bristow.
Correct.
It's what you then value more personally after that. Do you value titles? Do you value longevity? Do you value entertainment?
I
Do
hate
you
to say
value
this.
commercial viability? Bobby George won the News of the World 2-3 times, which was possibly the most difficult tournament to win ever. But because he didn't win an awful lot anywhere else, he never gets in the conversation. But actually, that News of the World was more difficult to win than the World Championship. That's why so few have defended it.
Oh, what a shame. Oh, what a shame. Barney's out. Lol.
Less of that.
Quickly, on a serious note, though, right? I hate to say this because you are the biggest fan of this gentleman. However, with the titles that he's won and with the longevity that he's had, the only thing missing is the star on the shirt. Wadey should be. If Wadey ever wins a world championship, he automatically gets catapulted into the top 5 of all time. He hasn't. If he beats Lewis and goes and beats Andy Hamilton in the 2012 World Championship final, he automatically is in the top 5. Simple as. Because he's won. He's the only player apart from Philip Douglas that has won titles in 3 decades in the PDC. That's ridiculous. So he deserves to be. He deserves to be top 5. If he ever wins a world championship, if he gets a star on a shirt, that's him in there. I think other cases, I wouldn't put Wright or Price in there yet. Wright maybe has a bit more of a chance because he's won 2. Price has only won 1 of the big 3, though. Maybe 1 of the 4.
Price has got 25 years on Peter Wright, though, if he wants it.
He's not in there yet.
Well, I say that. Not 25 years. It's about 17 or 18 because Gerwyn Price is actually 9 months older than James Wade.
Well,
that's mad, isn't it? Gerwyn Price is 9 months older than James Wade.
As a
language, but Gerwyn Price is 9 months older than James Wade. Yeah.
Gerwyn Price is 9 months older than James Wade. Are you sure?
Yes. Positive. Go and have a look. Tiz has just sworn at me. Honestly, Gerwyn Price is 9 months older than James Wade. Clayton is in big trouble, by the way. He's currently 5-1 down to Jermaine Watamena. The averages were massive. They must have had a stinker leg at the same time, but Johnny Clayton managed to hit a 9 data so far today.
He's 2 years younger than him, but congrats, I guess, on the point you're trying to make.
They're very, very similar in age. I'm sure it's closer than that. It's been a long day, man. Some of us need to sleep. That's what you're here for.
Yeah. I mean, Lisa's up there, but I guess at the same time, though, would you put, if Lisa gets quite rightly put in the conversation, would you put the Golden Girl up there?
Well, in terms of world titles, there aren't many that get anywhere near Trina Gulliver.
The only one that
in terms of world titles, Trina Gulliver, massive. Lisa Ashton, 4. The only player to have won more world titles in the game than Trina is Phil Taylor.
Philip Douglas, yes.
Will we potentially see some other female players do that? If Bo Greaves carries on at the rate that she is, given her talent, then she could win 20 women's world titles if she fancied it right now.
The problem with that is that, like, where will she play? Like, I mean, it is. Again, I'm not going to go down the road that we've had. That I'm sure has been on this channel before, but what do we class the WDF nowadays? Can we mention this or not?
Well, WTF sometimes.
Yeah.
Did you like that? Johnny Clayton got one back. He's now 5-2 behind, by the way. Kevin Burnett leads Damon Hetta 2-1. Gerwyn Price on stream 2. We'll see if he's using different arrows. Yeah. He tipped off that he might be using new equipment.
Who was the person that said that Hetta was going to win today that wasn't going to
drop a leg? Yeah, he's dropped 2 to Kevin Burnett.
Lol. Good effort, though.
Gone? To be fair, he won 6-0 with the first one, so
respect.
Decent. What else do we have in there? Dan Simpson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Simpson. Gonna miss not
chaps. Lovely to switch on this afternoon. See Jar back on the stream. Has Glenn played yet? He has, mate. He lost 6-1, 79 average, I think it was in the end, which is a little bit disappointing and flat, to be honest, because 3 or 4 weeks ago, I appreciate it's an exhibition on a slightly smaller format, but he bashed Phil Taylor up in a final, averaging 103 in the process. There's a big difference between that and what he's produced this week so far.
Well, I was just going to say quickly to Dan, I'm going to miss seeing him at Minehead this year. That was one of my favourite nights on Saturday night. Last time.
I dread to think what you consumed.
I don't know what you're talking about, God. We definitely
Many a red wine.
We definitely didn't have a 2 litre pitcher of red wine. We definitely did not have that.
Only you two could go to darts to drink red wine as well, by the way. No one else.
Classy. Dan Simpson and I are very classy, you see.
Hmm.
Yeah, but the good news is that to everybody is that anybody going to the UK Open in 2024, someone on this stream, me, will be turning 30 that year. My God. And
God, you're old.
I know. And for my 30th birthday, I will be asking Mr. Garwood to come with me to Minehead. I'll put it out there now. I'll put it out there now. You can't do that. You can't turn me down now.
Yeah, we'll see. Also, can we go back to the point I made about ages? People will be shocked to find you are a year older than me.
I'm not a year older than you. I'm 6 months, mate.
Close enough. Tough paper round.
Yeah, for you. One of us is wearing glasses.
If I did a paper round, I would be a lot slimmer because I'd have walked more. Jermaine Montemano, 6-3 winner over Johnny Clayton.
What has happened? Clayton's fallen off the.
Mate, he averaged 104 first round and banged in a 9-darter. I tipped him to win it after that.
Well,
solid work
hang on.
me.
Sorry, so you've had
just call me Mr. Boyce.
I have to say, you've had the Lee Boyce effect on him there.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yes, Dan, you're more than welcome as well. You're more than welcome. Come on down. We're going to go Exeter Premier League in 24 and then go to the UK Open.
The Cattle Shed. No, the new arena we finished by then.
No, I don't want it in the new arena. I want to go to the West Point.
Yeah, I want the Cattle Shed, but you know. Yeah. Jamie's in. Good to see you, buddy. How we doing? Curtis says Gary V. Humphries is warming up and disappeared on Dark Connect. Ghost in the system. That's what it is. Daniela, that's an interesting point, to be honest, Daniela. Says, how about the best world para darts players? If you add women, you also have to talk about them also. I'll be honest. I don't know one. And I'm not sure he ever won a world title. I've just met the man.
I'm not sure, unfortunately. I can't make an informed comment on that.
We'll do some digging.
Yes. Lisa would have no chance against dudes. Well, she did.
As in conversation as the best player of all time.
Right. Sorry. My apologies. Thank you.
In terms of women's world titles, then there's a comparison. In terms of straight up ability on a dartboard, one player or one first player two. Snorlax, any surprises today? Just got it. I haven't seen any results. Where do we start? Johnny Clayton is gone. Christopher Tyski is gone. Andrew Gilden is gone. Kim Hybrex, Madders Rasma, Rob Cross, Ross Smith, Jose de Souza, Raymond van Barneveld, Gabriel Clemens, Peter Wright, all gone. Martin Schindler, gone. Yesterday's winner, Dave Chisnell, round one, gone. Adrian Lewis, gone. Callan Ridds, gone. Dimitri van den Berg, gone. Darren Gurney, out. Joe Cullen, gone. Bang and the dirt is gone. Sillet Bang is doing a job at the Pro Tour.
Feels like listening to Keir Starmer in PMQs on Wednesday. Gone.
MVG Barnsley. No, he's not in Barnsley. He's going to Skegness.
Skeg Vegas. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Gotta love Skeg.
Newcastle last night, Skegness tonight.
Vegas. Well, speaking of upsets at the moment. Oh, good. Mental Sidovic has returned to type. So it works.
He played unreal. He's looked solid. Where's that come from? Heta might be gone. He might, because he's 4-1 down to Kevin Vaness. Yes. Vaness is averaging 77.
Radek Zagansky again. He defeated Vandenberg earlier, and he's now looking at a chance at the top 32.
Josh Rock has not gone yet. Josh Rock has not gone yet.
Gone.
Keep your eyes on that one. Danny Noppert in action right now. Michael Smith to a piece with Stephen Burton. Warming up. Stephen Bunting against Boris Kurtzmark. Owen Price against Willie Borland.
I mean, obviously, the key things here is that we've got to start looking at the events of, well, not next week. It's the week after. 4th and 5th of November, everybody. The final 2 Pro Tours of the year and the race for Minehead. Is anyone going this year? Out of interest in the chat room. If you're going for the first time, enjoy it. It's the best. Love Minehead. But yeah, in a couple of... Go on. Sorry.
I've just been sent a stat.
Well, bloody
My
hell.
friends are discussing darts, and they went, speaking of Gary, I saw a stat last night. He's averaged over 100 in 17 of his last 22 matches.
Gary.
And then he averaged over 100 in his first round today. Are we being a bit harsh on Gary Anderson right now?
What,
Oh,
he always
35
seems
matches,
to have.
not 22. Learn to count.
He always seems to have like one great run, doesn't he? He always seems to have a great run somewhere. Is what he always seems to do. So I don't know, but my biggest issue is that fact that the big thing is for Gando this year is he's got 200 grand to defend this year.
Radek Saganci just beating Brian Roman, by the way, 6-3. Damon Hetter's got a leg back against Kevin Vaness. Jim McEwen won away against Tony Martinez. Match starts incoming. Gerwin Price, Willie Borland, Stephen Bunting, Boris Kurtzman just getting underway. Believe that might be why that game started warming up as well, by the way, that we will see Luke Humphreys on stream versus Ando. Absolutely makes sense because the other games on board one weren't too shabby either.
What's
you
interesting
will also get to see Scott Williams against Jules Van Dongen as well. So that board one is stacked.
Well, what's interesting about that game, of course, is that speaking of the Cattle Shed as we were earlier, what happened the last time that those two went to the Cattle Shed?
First ever and final ever contender.
Only challenger to win. Jamie, Gando could do whatever he likes. He could turn up. The man managed to be in the top 4 of the world without winning the world championships, and more importantly, without playing the blooming Euro Tour. He can do what he likes. He's that good when he wants to be. I'll tell you what, though, looking at
that will hurt.
Which one?
Jim McEwen's just missed about 12 match starts in the same leg to beat Tony Martinez, and we've gone to a decider.
Well, Jim McEwen, thankfully, I think, is in the qualification spots. And I think, if memory serves me correctly, yeah, I'm looking at it. Oh, no, he's not.
Is he?
No, he's well gone. Well gone, McDonald.
Yeah, he's not got a tour card.
Sorry, yeah, my fault.
He's playing as a challenge tour invite.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that doesn't stop people. Look at John O'Shea.
He has a tour card.
Oh, does he? Oh, when did he get that one? Was that Q-School? Sorry.
How long have you been out? Scott Williams is the man that's doing it without.
Yes, I'm thinking of Scott Williams, obviously.
Yes.
It's been a long time.
We'll play on board one, on stream of board one, once we get the McEwen and Martinez results.
What's interesting as well, the rankings, Nathan Rafferty could be about to jump into a provisional qualification spot for...
I don't think he will, because he lost first round.
Well, not according to this, he hasn't. Not according to
comeback.
Yes.
Did he? He did 6-3 against David Evans. He was in trouble. Change of mind.
Yeah. So,
question about the standard. Yesterday was ridiculous. I'm not sure if it just got ridiculous towards the back end as well. We had 2 quarterfinals, one with 112 and 114 averages.
Wasn't bad, was it? Good to see.
We saw 113 average get spanked 6-2. What the hell?
I wish I could score
113 points.
I wish I could score 113 points. To be honest, I think the key thing is, so obviously looking at this, with obviously 4 events to go after this one, Steve Beaton is right on the cusp. John Henderson with a couple of wins today. Has he just gone out, or is he still playing?
He won his first, I think. He beat someone young.
Was it a walkover?
No.
Because again, it hasn't updated on darts rankings.
They beat Callum Ritz 6-5.
Okay. Well, Steve Beaton is going to be hoping and praying at the moment that no one else goes a little bit mental today. Ryan Joyce, Adam Gordis, Jeffrey Deswan. Well, Adam Gordis and Ryan Joyce could actually overtake Steve Beaton and John O'Shea potentially with wins in the next matches in the world race. This is why I love coming back for this part of the year, Bob, because it's this sort of mentalness that always happens.
Oh, so you're Mr. Bublé as well, are you? You're the new Gary.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Christmas comes around, or Halloween and bonfire night, and I'm back to talk you all through.
I'll sit around and do the slog in the middle of May when it's sweltering outside, and I'm sticking to my chair, and everyone's outside enjoying the nice hot summer day and watching us on their phones in a park. And you're God knows where, and you'll drop in as the weather gets crap. No one wants to be outside going, "Oh, look at me! I know who's qualifying."
All I say is that I'm looking forward to being at the Rugby World Cup next year for 7 weeks, and then coming back in and then pretending as if I know what I'm talking about again.
Solid.
That
Raise
works.
it. More missed starts for Jim McEwen. He's punished again. Tony Martinez beats Jim McEwen 6-5.
That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt.
After good results for him yesterday, picking up a win over Johnny Clayton. He beat Steve beat him round 1, Johnny Clayton round 2, lost him round 3. To lose to Martinez when he's had so many darts with double to win that match will hurt Chucky.
Big time.
How's the Decker doing today? Lost first round of an 80 average. I think he might have. He started really brightly. After 3 legs, he was averaging 109 again, but Hempel just battled back. McEwen finished 5 from 28 on the outer ring.
Speaking of big results, though, Damon Hatt's turned it around against Kevin Burness, 4-1 down, now 4 on the spin. And Stephen Burton could be about to knock out the bully boy Michael Smith.
Smith started brightly yesterday as well. Back-to-back decent results. Then the averages have just crumbled. Ryan Searle, 2-0 down to Gert Nenchez, averaging 87.
Cameron Menzies doing bits against Ryan Joyce. And, of course, Steve Beaton and John O'Shea. I don't know if Laura's in the chat room this afternoon. But Steve Beaton will be hoping that Cameron Menzies can hold off Ryan Joyce as Damon Hatter does complete the comeback.
Job done for the Heat. And with everyone else around falling, are you going to back against Damon Hatter? Because if it wasn't for an excellent performance that we saw in, I believe, the semi-finals yesterday, he was on a 10-match unbeaten streak at that point after his win on the European Tour at the weekend in Gibraltar. Michael Smith levels up at 5 apiece, so we're going all the way to a decider in that one. And Mensur Suljovic, John Michael, currently 3 apiece. That one will take a while. Danny Van Tripp currently doing a job on Vincent van der Voort. 5-1.
For just a quick one, what's going to take longer? John Michael against Mensur Suljovic or the leadership race for the new Prime Minister?
Don't get me started. No politics.
They're
all idiots.
He's back. He's back.
Also, more importantly, there are more people watching this stream now because they're not sat watching a lettuce in a photograph. You have to give the Daily Star some credit for that. They've been excellent for all week. And then they've used the lettuce for their headline today on TV. Yeah, superb.
Does the lettuce not now become the new Prime Minister? It's not how it works. It'd be better than it. Is the youth champion spot for the Worlds confirmed already? No, I don't think it is it? Because the World Youth Champion goes to the Worlds, don't they? So it will be the winner of...
No, don't they both go?
No, wasn't it top 2? I can't remember. Let's have a look.
Don't they both go?
World Championship race. Nathan Rafferty's qualified and Louis Williams is qualified for Worlds.
Yes.
Because Josh Rock and Keane Barry are already through on a Pro Tour.
But is it the World Youth Championship final, Josh Rock versus Gervin? Don't they also get World Champion spots and then Grand Slam spots the following year?
Don't they get Grand Slam?
They get Worlds as well, don't they?
Hang on.
Michael Smith completes the comeback against Stephen Burton. He wins 6-5. Damian Moles 5-4 up on Andy Bolton. Pikachu is back. Yes, Ricardo Petrensko taking on Mike De Decker. I'm sure I just said he was out earlier. Mike De Decker survived earlier. Excellent job against Florian Hempel. Well done. Streaming board 1. Here we go then, folks. Get your popcorn ready. Gary Anderson against Luke Humphreys. Also warming up is James Wade against Connor Scott.
The World Youth I think, yeah, the winner goes through to the Worlds. So Josh Rock and Nathan Gervin. So Nathan Gervin.
But Josh Rock's already there via the Pro Tour, so just
So
Gervin get the
Gervin-
invite anyway.
Yes.
Splendid. One excellent day. Sam Penno, you're a sarcastic so-and-so, so I'm not going to read that one out. Oh, Dideka's still in yet. About time Gary's on the live stream. Love to see them threaten. Which
what was
one?
that one that you weren't going to read out?
He said Mickey Mansell should start winning games because he'll bring lots of fans to the sport.
Oh, why not? Mickey for the
play.
Mickey for the Premier League. I'm here for it.
What's Gary throwing?
You know a lot more than I do, Gob, about that sort of stuff.
Darts.
I should stress, by the way, everybody, I am also trying to watch the stream at the same time, so forgive me. Yeah, Josh Rock's caused an upset. I don't think anybody, whoever Josh Rock plays on certainly round one, will be starting favourite. I think he would be the least one you would want to play in the Pro Tour lineup.
Right. Unless Josh Rock faces somebody in the top 8 or 16, for instance.
I'd only say the top 4 or 5, maybe. Honestly.
Is it an upset?
Right, let's have a look. Smith ain't won anything this year. Wadey ain't won anything this year. Noppy potentially because he's a UK Open champion. Don't know. Top 3 obviously would be an upset. I'd say going down. I wouldn't say Jose's an upset at the moment because he's going to fall off a cliff come November because he ain't winning the Slam again. Clayton maybe to an extent. Cross probably not. I don't think. Yeah, there's only about 5 of them that I would actually go, yeah, do you know what? That probably is an upset.
Yeah. Despite the fact he's never played on TV.
But that's the way he's been playing. I mean, I know Josh wasn't the favourite to beat Chizzy yesterday, but it's his first PDC final, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying stress this now. I am not saying
house on Josh Rock to win the World Championship.
No, don't put the bet on that. I should stress that now. There's only one person that you put the bet on.
Rein that in a little bit.
The only person that you put the bet on, you need to get on it now before it completely goes to odds on. I've already got him on it. I got on him earlier on in the summer at 5-1 when he won his World Match Play. He's now actually 11-4 now, so he's shortening his old MBG.
The stat I brought up earlier: Gary Anderson's only played 35 matches on the Pro Tour in 2022 and has averaged over 117 of them. Thanks, our good friends at Darts Oracle.
Thank you. What is Gary's seeding likely to be for the Worlds if he misses out on the Slam? Well, currently in the World Championship race, Mr. Gary Anderson is still 10th seed. So, not really. He's only because he's not defending that much because that 2020, I think, if memory serves correctly, he went out second round to MVG at the Slam. I think he went out quite early as well in the Players. But big story, going on board 16. A man who needs to make sure that he has a good few days in Barnsley to ensure that he keeps his seeding for the Euro Tour is on the brink.
So I'm not actually seeing the darts either, these Mr. Price is throwing, but
Let's have a quick look at Gary's other World Championships. His money that he's won, 72% of his ranking money at the Worlds.
Ooh, that's a lot. Cameron Menzies just picked up a win. There was a second win there as well. I just saw a flash of red. Borland has missed 2 match darts.
That's going to hurt.
And it costs him the leg as well. That looks the same dart to me anyway.
Yeah, just looked at this, by the way. Gando went out round 2, I think. Yeah, he did. Gando went out round 2 of the Grand Slam. And the players last year, or players 2 years ago, he went out in round 2 of that as well. So only 15 grand to defend. So he's absolutely fine. He'll still be 10th seed unless on that one. There we go.
John Michael has beaten Mensur Sulovic. Big win for the Greek.
We love John Michael on this show. It's the
Tell
John.
me who love the standard of darts that Luke Humphries and Gary Anderson are producing. 108 plays 107.
More of this.
The board is battered though. By the way, who's been on this morning?
No idea.
Because I don't think it's either of these two, but the treble has taken a tonking.
Take it. Right, Luke Humphries has gone 3-1 up on Gando now. But the big story is Gerwin Price against Willie Borland, and it's 5-all. There's a noble! We love a noble.
No. I think the big story is that James Wade has averaged 111 through 2 legs, and Connor Scott won one of them.
For most people, that would be like averaging 150.
He just don't do that. That's not a thing. He just doesn't do that.
Wadey does not average 111. He averages close to 95 with some big checkouts as Price gets the job done.
There are some things man just does not do. To be fair, it's an awesome setup from Gezi. 142, treble 17, single 17, treble 18 to leave 20. Puts all the pressure in the world on Borland for a 104. Misses the big number. Romeo, done.
Great.
James Wade's just gone ton 40, ton 180. What's going on? He's on for an 11 now.
He's stolen Wadey's darts. He's stolen Wadey's darts. By the way, I will have to jump off in a few minutes, but it's been nice chatting with you again.
That's okay. I appreciate it.
I'll be off at about 2 because I have to go back to work. But Tiz will be back. Tiz will be back in a bit.
You will, once I send him to shop for some refreshments. Yeah, probably some sort of cafe. Yeah. No, not for me.
Coffee.
You know the rules. I don't drink that crap either. But definitely no Red Bull. Other stimulants are available. Lovely from Gary back to 3-2.
Yeah, just as we'll talk some production stuff on air. Why not? I am going to try and be available for the final day of the Pro Tour, but I'm not too sure yet.
Good, because I won't be.
I will be trying to make sure of all of the ranking things on the 5th of November.
That's the Saturday. Yeah, the Saturday.
Yeah. The Grand Slam qualifiers literally the next day. Where Gando's going to have to go.
Yeah, because he's not about to win the European Championships because he's allergic to Europe.
Allergic to Europe, I like that.
Yeah. Sorry, Daniela.
What's quite interesting, more than anything, is that like, has he come out and said, has Wright come out and said about the Euro Tour or not?
Who?
Wright.
Right?
Yes.
I believe so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know because the rumor is that he wasn't playing that he might not play in as many Euro Tours involving the Premier League, which would be quite interesting if he doesn't.
I think there's talk of all the Premier League players, or the ones that expect to be in the Premier League, of doing that. There are 9 European Tour events next year, plus at least 8, maybe 12 Pro Tours in that 17-week gap that also include European Tour qualifiers if you're not in those, and God knows else what, in 17 weeks. And
why do you think the price
logistically, some of them just don't make sense. At one point, we go from the Netherlands, I think it goes Rotterdam to an Austria European Tour, to Leeds, back to the Netherlands for a Euro tour. Just do Netherlands, Leeds, Austria, surely. I guess sometimes it's not available like that, venues, travel, etc. But they're just one of the things that just make next year even more difficult travel-wise. Having a look at it. If you get time, just go and have a look at from Nottingham Premier League for the next 5 weeks. It is
bad, isn't it? It is. Really
it's just hectic, and I appreciate that. Matt Porter's come out and said that manage your schedule, playing what you want, sort of thing. But you also want your best players in the biggest events. Some of them might not get there. Simon Whitlock's 2-1 on Kevin Dukes, by the way. Steve Lennon 2-1 on Scott Waits. Nathan Rafferty doing a job on John Henderson. Big Hendo Weekender is averaging 100, but he finds himself 3-1 behind now. Just picked up a leg. Gian Van Veen is doing a job on Martin Clearmacher. Jeff Smith from behind earlier pulled off a comeback in round 1 and just beating Jimi Hendrix 6-0 in round 2. The Punisher doing some punishing. We are 2 apiece between Barry Van Peer and Scott Mitchell. I feel like I said that earlier, or maybe that was against Daryl Gurney. Tretzko carrying strongly again, by the way. He's 5-up on Mike Depp, averaging 101. But we are moments away from a result in the Ryan Searle Gert Nenchez match. That's currently 5 apiece. Once we get one of them, I'll say bugger off Jarlath, fire us to an ad break, and then we'll come back to see the result of the Gary versus Luke Humphreys game as well.
Just a quick one before we go. Big game that between Hendo and Nathan Rafferty. If Rafferty wins that, he knocks out Mario van den Boogaard and goes into space number 62 of a possible 64 in the race for the Players' Championships finals in Minehead. If Hendo wins that, he would then go and be 1 game away from being back into the Players' Championship finals. And remember how big that game was. That big was for Hendo 2 years ago or last year in keeping his tour card. So it's a big event, Players' Championship finals. Again, I've seen a couple of people who are going to Minehead. Not jealous in the slightest. I lie like a cheap watch. I'm very jealous.
Gary Anderson is absolutely flying right now, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
At one point, he'd just gone 180, 120 out, opened the next leg with a 180. And those hit 6 180s in 8 legs so far. Hello there. We did just get a result, and it was a loss for Ryan Searle, I believe. I'm just trying to find out where it was. You know, it disappears from one to the other, but then doesn't stay where it should do. It was a 6-5 win for Gert Nenchez. At that point, Joe, I'm going to say thank you very much for dropping by, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day in your proper job.
No bother, mate. Enjoy yours.
Stay with it. Yeah. And I'll be solo for a while until Sam Tiz can join me. So cheers, buddy. I've just got to find the right button. This one.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back then to Pro Tour live from Players Championship 26. James Wade just moved 5-1 up on Connor Scott. He's still averaging 100. That just doesn't happen. Martin Lukeman's taking the open against James Wilson. That's on streaming board 2 for you. The big story at the minute, though, streaming board 1. Gary Anderson is averaging 107 to Luke Humphreys 99. They're both well over the 100 for large parts of this game. Gary Anderson looks unbelievable. Luke Humphreys just leveled us up at 5 apiece. Gary's still averaging 106. We are on throw, so Gary has the darts in the decider. How big was this checkout from Luke, by the way? Ricardo Pietreczko was 5-1 up on Mike Zecker, lost the last 2 legs. Won't want to see that column go up anymore. Gary missed 2 match darts, by the way. Treble 20, missed 2 at double 4, 1 outside, 1 in. Simon Whitlock doing a 4-0 job on Kevin Dukes right now. Nathan Rafferty 5-1 up on John Henderson. That had big implications on the tour card race, I think it was. Gian Van Veen 4-3 up on Martijn Kleermaker. Barry Van Peer now 4 up on Scott Mitchell. Gary Anderson just fired in another maximum. What is going on? More legs for Mike De Decker. Is Pietreczko starting to wobble? Do I think any of the big names not qualify for the Slam will qualify at the Euros next week? Do I think any of them are just going to go on and win it? Don't think Wadey will. Gary's not there. Rob Cross maybe, potentially. Lee's defending. I think that's about it in terms of big names. That's ridiculous. Scott Waite, Steve Lennon, 3 apiece. Connor Scott gets a leg back. Gary Anderson has just beaten Luke Humphries 6-5. I'm just seeing how he did it. Wow, what a route. 81. Luke not on a finish. Hit the 19. It went 54 to leave 8. Didn't get there. So 5 in the 22 to leave tops. Some flamboyance in the route from Gary Anderson. That is quite possibly one of the most assured performances. The action there looked ridiculous. Finishes 107.4 average, 6 from 14 on the doubles, 8 180s and a high checkout of 120. First round was very, very good from Gary as well against Matt Top. There was talk of him not missing many darts at double at all in that one. I think he was 6 from 9 maybe in there. But that was very good from Gary Anderson. Older style darts from as well. Yeah, straight barrel. Stick to what you know. Ridiculous. So good. Who did Beaton lose to? Good question. Why do you presume he's out? Because he is. He lost 6-5 to Martijn Kleermaker. Pietreczko over the line against Mike De Decker. Falls over the line. He was 5-1 up against him. Wins 6-4. Doesn't get any easier for Gary, by the way. First round was against Max Hart. Then he's just beaten Luke Woodhouse. Now he'll take on the winner of Scott Williams or Jules Van Dongen. The round after that potentially opens up a little bit because on board 2, we've already lost both seeds. They were Christoph Ratajski and Andrew Gilding. So it would be Damian Mole, Andy Bolton, Scott Waits or Steve Lennon. Definitely won't be Andy Bolton. He's out to be Damian Mole, Lennon or Waits. Then you start looking a little bit wider, and that's a lot to comprehend right now. Next up on board 1 will be Scott Williams, Jules Van Dongen, streaming board 1 for you guys. Martin Lukeman currently 2-1 up on James Wilson on streaming board 2. Chris Dobie 3-1 up on George Killington now. Matt Campbell 2-1 up on Adam Gaulas. Gaulas, the conqueror of Adrian Lewis this morning. James Wade's average has dropped to just 97. Shocking. 5-2 up on Connor Scott. Henderson gets one back. 5-3. Danny Baggish levels up with Roby John Rodriguez. Another leg back for Connor Scott. 5-3 now. Kevin Dukes gets one back against Simon Whitlock. That's 4-3 to the Aussie. Barry Van Peer won away against Scott Mitchell. GM was winning 4-1 or 4-2. He's 5-4 down now. Yeah, he was smashing Clearmaker. They come back from the serial killers we've affectionately named him here. It's a win for James Wade. He beats Connor Scott 6-3. Nathan Rafferty completes the job over John Henderson. Alan Souters one up against Tony Martinez. Martinez have to play a lot better than he did against Jim McEwen if he's going to get through this next encounter. Josh Rock takes the opener against Joe Mernon in 15 darts. It's game on streaming board 1. Between George Landon and Scott Williams. Van Veen levels up at 5 apiece now against Clearmaker. Good bottle being shown by the youngster. Kevin Dukes levels with Simon Whitlock. Matt Campbell falling up on Adam Gaulas. Vampire first match was potentially the longest match ever followed. Yeah, look, neither of the fastest player in the world. Berry's obviously had issues with his action in the past. Scott Mitchell's very methodical, won't be rushed. But Barry Vampire does complete the job in that one. Josh Rock's doubled his lead on Joe Mernon. Chris Dobie, a 5-2 leader of George Killington. First, last 32 matches on now. Yeah, that's Jermaine Wattamena against Boris Kirchmar. Board 8. Who else have we seen on board 8 so far? Must have had some one-sided encounters on there. It was a 6-2 win for Johnny Clayton, then a 6-1 win for Jermaine Wattamena, 6-4 between Bunting and Webster, 6-1 between Kirchmar and Meulenkamp. Van Veen gets over line against Martijn Clearmaker. He led that one 4-1, we think. It was then 5-4 down. He's just won 6-5. Matt Campbell still doing a job on Adam Gaulas. Jeffrey Desvan has just beaten Gaulas' compatriot Karel Sedlacek though. 6-4. George Van Dongen and Scott Williams won a piece. I said that was on streaming board 1. Someone needs to change that board. 5 apiece between Simon Whitlock and Kevin Dukes. 3 each between Martin Lukeman and James Wilson. Josh Rock, 3-0 up, averaging 107 now. 100, 103, 107 means 15, 14, 13. Next stream games, Damon Hetter against James Wade and Dirk van Dijvenbode against Gian van Veen. They're tasty. I've just been told about Wadey as well. I was going to spring it on people, but Glenn's beat me to it. Steve Lennon beats Scott Waits. That's a 6-5 victory for young Irish. I say young Irishman. He's older than me.
Oh, really good. Very good, thank you. Very good.
Dukes beats Whitlock, 6-5 win for the Dutchman. Frank says he was firing in 180s all over. Matt Campbell won away. Solid performance from him so far. Ruby John Rodriguez, Danny Baggish goes to a decider. Dukes was 4-0 and 5-4 down, I think. Robin, you see more than 9. Chris Dobie beats George Killington 6-3. Solid performance that from Dobes. Moves into the last 32. Josh Rock doing an absolute job on Joe Mernon right now, averaging 104. He's 5-0 up. Jamie Hughes 4-1 up on Brendan Dolan. Radek Sagansky, I've never heard of him. He's not the second best Polish guy. I don't think he played the World Cup anyway. He didn't play the World Cup. They picked Sebastian Bielecki instead, who is on the development tour. Also hit a 9-dart at the UK Open previously. Sagansky earned his tour card earlier this year, was pretty impressive in doing so. Dropped off a little bit through the middle of the year, but starting to put some performances together again the last couple of weeks. Polish starts in a good place, to be honest. Ratajski, Sagansky, Bielecki. We've seen Titus Kanik before. Jules Van Dongen, 3-1 up on Scott Williams on streaming board 1. Dukes hit 10 180s in that match, which makes what Dave Chisnell did yesterday look pathetic. And he hit 35 in a day. Josh Rock completes the job on Joe Mernon. 6-0 win for Rocky, puts him into the last 32. Is Wade still in? He is. He will take on, scroll up a bit, Damon Hetter in the next round. What a tie that is. Wade played very well in the last game as well. How's Roby getting on? 5 apiece with Danny Baggish. 84 average, plays 90. Literally just waiting on that one to go green in either direction. Bully Boy getting on. Bully Boy is out, I believe. A bit easy to list who isn't out at this time. Who did Michael Smith lose to? Oh no, Michael Smith is still alive. He beat Mervyn King earlier, then was behind to Stephen Burton, but he won that one 6-5. Bully Boy is still in today. One of the top seeds still remaining as well. So there aren't many. Roby missed 6-match darts. What happened? And it cost him. Danny Baggish wins that one 6-5. Yeah, Smith did win. My bad. Good day for North America again. Definitely TJ. Rock bash Joe Mernon 6-0. Watermainer, Kurtzmouth, 3 apiece in that one. No, it's not a Padres hoodie, it's an OD hoodie. Padres, man, come on. Well, Boston, man, you know me. The Red Sox. It's closer to a Bruins hoodie. That's what I'd like it to be. It started a lot better than I expected as well. Big win against the Ducks last night. Can't stand the Yankees. Get rid of them. Yeah, Scott Williams is the guy who did qualify for Champions Week here this week. But he's also set to earn a tour card outright based on his performances on the Pro Tour. He's been called up this year, so he's there added to his Pro Tour order of merit. Old School Bruins is, please. Hey, we could do North American sports talk at the minute. Red Sox sucked, but we're going through it. We're up and down a bit at the minute. Patriots seem to have found a half-decent quarterback. Receiving core looks steady. Huge move for CMC earlier in the day, though. To the 49ers. Bruins are 4-1. The Celtics are 1-0 after a big blowout win over the 76ers. That's always nice. Yeah, you carry on. James Wilson, 5 for up on Martin Luke when that was on stream. Lukeman missed 3 in hand at 8-8. Randong and Williams also 3 apiece. Alan Suter 4 up on Tony Martinez. I'd say that performance that Martinez put in against Jim McEwen, incredibly fortunate that Jim missed as many match starts. He did, I think. Suits now 4-1 up, punishing royally in that one. Boris Kirchmeier 4-3 up on Jermaine Watt in Maine. And we've got a couple of games warming up. Radek Saganski against Barry Van Peer. That's been there a while. Again, don't expect speed in that one. Expect speed perhaps on board 13. Michael Smith against Nathan Rafferty. Does Scott Williams support the yellow socks? Just yellow everything is Scott Williams. Man's crazy. He's just gone 4-3 up on Jules Doman as well. I do not follow rugby league. That's one of the only ones I don't. I tend to think most rugby fans are either union or league, and I'm not anywhere near northern enough to support rugby league instead. Also because it's rubbish. No more Coldplay. There's enough Coldplay discussion around it without Yellow by Coldplay being Scott Williams' walk-on. Is William O'Connor on the streaming board game next? I can't remember who the other one was. No, it's Dirk. If Dirk's playing Willie O'Connor, then yes. No, it's Dirk versus Ian Van Veen and Damon Hetter against James Wade. Jay says, do I think Klopp will be banned for the game against Forest? Probably, because it's the FA, even though when you look back at it, he was right. As for this, hoping Bully starts getting back and forth. He's won 2 games so far. Tough test against Nathan Rafferty again now. See how that one goes. With the amount of big names that have fallen so far as well, by the way, if Michael Smith just keeps going about his business. He looked great yesterday until he ran into Gezi Price, and then he just dropped. I don't know why now. This is even more ridiculous. But I've tweeted, that's it, Gary is back. I've gone a bit early on it, but you can't help but be impressed with the 2 performances we've seen from him so far. 103 average against Max Hop. I think he's then sat down and not played again. Jim McEwen just replied saying, and that's with his absolutely no practice starts. His first starts today were his first match. Gary Anderson threw no practice starts, 6 at the board maybe once he was called for his game against Max Hop, banged in 103 average at a 6-0 win, and then takes out Luke Humphreys with 107. It's not fair. He did play well yesterday too as well. First 2 and a bit rounds, 102, 105 I think. Third one was a bit more of a scrap, but he got over the line. And then the 4th game was the struggle for him. Iron Suter 5-shot on Tony Martinez, by the way. A few more games just kicking into life now. This is a really slow period though. A few 32 starting, but could definitely be turning these over a bit quicker. First man into the last 16 is Boris Kirchmeier, just beating Jermaine Watermain 6-4. If he wants to go to the Grand Slam, yeah, he'll have to go to the Grand Slam qualifier. Or win a few Pro Tours and get him back door, maybe? There's a couple of provisional spots. I'm not sure who's sat in them and how, but Liverpool 2-1 up on Nathan Rafferty, presuming that's all on throw because that's been 1-0, 1 each, 2-1. Alan Suter 6-2 up on Tony Martinez. 6-2 result on Tony Martinez. 3-2 the last 32 is Suits. Yeah, Cross and Derlin are in now. I just can't think how many titles they've won, etc. Most recent, I can't remember what the fullback rules are. Is Josh Rock the next big thing? Look, Josh Rock in his first year on a development tour is playing to a level that perhaps we haven't seen from a debutant that's just come in and played the way he has, especially not somebody that hasn't played WDF and made the switch to Glendoran, etc. He is making waves right now, performances, he's being noticed, and the biggest compliment he's receiving at the minute is from a lot of other pros on tour saying that Josh Rock has the temperament of a 20-year veteran professional dart player, which is massive for him. Still very, very young, a lot of hype around him. We've seen players have a big year before. Louis Williams had a fantastic debut year, perhaps not to this level, but was very, very good. We've seen other youngsters got definitely a little bit younger, but your likes of Justin Van Gaal, Leighton Bennett were all meant to be the next 30-time world champions at the age of 14, 15. Josh Rock's a little bit older than that, but it certainly looks right now that Josh Rock has the talent and mentality to go and be a top 16 dart player in the world. Yes. Is there any chance in the coming days Price moving to number one again? Not at this block of Pro Tours, I don't think, because he was something like £80,000 behind Peter Wright in the order of merit, and it's only 12 grand an event, which is only 48 grand, so still 40 grand behind. Yeah, Luke Littler's another great potential future, still even younger. He's not even old enough for the development tour yet, which is scary. But he's winning full-on adult ranking events in the WDF. So when life priorities change for 18, 19, 20-year-olds, do they start consuming alcohol, as is quite common in the sport, and whatever else? Will that change how they play and whatever else? I think the other thing to be wary of is it's almost like, especially for someone Luke's age, not so much Josh Rock's age now, but still developing physically, and it's not inconceivable that in the next 6 to 9 months, Luke Littler suddenly grows 4, 5, 6 inches in height and has a bit of a growth spurt. And if that does happen, his perspective of how he views a dartboard changes massively. You see it in cue sports with youngsters quite often, where they can't reach the table as much. Trying to get the cue arm tucked underneath the back shoulder isn't possible at that age, so that the arm comes round a bit and it's more of a side-on action, and they get very good with that. When they get taller and old enough to get their hand flat on the table and get over it properly, and they start bringing that cue arm back round again, you can see players struggle to make that adjustment. Yeah, Luke can't go to Q school. Whereas Leighton Bennett was the opposite, because he turned it New Year's Eve and then Q school started a week and a bit later. So why doesn't the PDC stagger the TV tourneys more? October we have 2 TV ranking majors, November we have 2, February, September there are 2. Part of it is qualification process. If you have them too early in the year, then the opportunities for your new tour card holders to qualify are diminished. In the summer, it's too hot, particularly in the UK. The match play is an absolute sweatbox. Other venues have had the same issues. Picking venues in the summer holidays in the UK, pain in the ass as well. So a few things. Jules Van definitely said Van Dongen has beaten Scott Williams. Then it's gone back to 5 apiece. Josh Rock's not messing around. He's only just won 6-0, but he's straight back on again and takes the first leg against Gert Nenches. That's the sort of pace we want to see these matches turned around at. Please. Yes, it's 5 Van Dong, and that shoots off the screen. Underway on streaming board 2, James Wade against Damon Heta. Good thing with that is Michael Smith 5-1 up on Nathan Rafferty, looking like he's heading for the last 16 to join the awaiting Boris Kirchmar. Josh Rock now 2-0 up on Gert Nenches. Quite possibly with a 12 or a 13 dart leg. Barry Van Peer, Radek Sagansky, 3 apiece. Jeff Smith, Jamie Hughes gets underway, as does Cameron Menzies, Danny Baggish. Kevin Dukes 4-2 up on Danny Van Tripp. Is Leighton still playing some good stuff or not as good as 2 years ago? Leighton's gone on the development tour. Played okay. He's been on the Challenge Tour events. He even got a Pro Tour call up earlier in the year. I think that the expectation level on Leighton was massive. So I think unless he comes on and wins every single development tour, there's going to be some sort of criticism or whatever. He's still got a lot of time to play darts. He is still just 16, 17. He's got 6 years left on the development tour. But obviously, when you're playing Phil Taylor in an exhibition at the Tower of London at the age of 13 and going very, very close to beating the greatest dart player of all time in a race to 8 or 9 legs or whatever it was, and missed darts to force a decider, and Phil Taylor's produced mid to high 90s against you because that's the only way he can get you beaten, yeah, you're going to have a lot of pressure on you, to be fair. Three 0 now to Josh Rock, 2 apiece between Chris Davey and John Michael. Danny Noppert's underway against Jeffrey Desvan, that's 1 apiece. Missed dart at tops for Damon Heta for a 2-0 lead on James Wade. And as so often happens, James Wade punishes. 48, double 10. Leighton has dipped massively, that's normal for his age. He's had enough time to improve again. FDI ranking dropped from 1630 to 1530. How good is Kieran Tian for you? I think he's excellent. I think his A game is very, very good. B game, a bit more work needed. Saw that last night. We'll potentially see that again tonight as well. Still in with an outside chance. I'll say outside chance. When 3 out of 5 qualified from the evening session, you run with a solid chance. But work to be done tonight for him to reach finals, as he says he loves playing in front of the crowd, and that might help on Saturday. And Michael Smith beats Nathan Rafferty 6-2. The bully boy into the last 16. Van Gaal and Max also seem to have had a tough time in recent years. Yeah, Van Gaal made the jump to the development tour as soon as he was able to, didn't quite have the impact he was expected to. Matt Top, I think, is a little bit different in the fact that he's played TV, represented Germany and whatever else in a nation that just expects so much from dart players now. Warming up is Gerwin Price against James Wilson. And Gary Anderson against Jules Van Dongen, please. There was another guy who won the BDOU, so don't even play darts now, I believe. Just very good, Colin Rodos. Potentially. I don't remember that one. I know Owen Rolos plays. Still on the Dev Tour. The other one that potentially hasn't made the impact he would have liked to, moving from WDF or BDO World Youth to PDC, was Killian Heffernan. What happened to Scott Rand? I don't know. Because Scott Rand predates my involvement in darts. He's a name I hear about a lot. I don't know an awful lot about the early 2000s history. Owen is the younger brother of Colin. There we go. Keeping it in the family. Job being done so far by Damon Hatter, who leads James Wade 3-1. Jamie Hughes 2-1 up on Jeff Smith. Another smashing result for Josh Rock, 6-0. He also beat Joe Merlin in the previous round, 6-0 with 104 average. This one was over 102. What was his first round result? It was a little bit tighter than that from memory. It was a 6-1 win over Kenny Nines. Josh Rock is into the last 16 today, having dropped one leg. Yes. Alan Suter, 14 dart legs, hoping to get up against Ricardo Petretsko. Matt Campbell's averaging 111 through 2 legs against Willie O'Connor. James Hubbard is one who looked like he had a future. Yeah. Aaron Monk was another World Youth Champion as well. Baggage bottles a 9, 180, 180, 71. Hiss. Damon Hatter now 4-1 up on James Wade. As Whitlock already played, he was beaten by Raymond van Barneveld in round number 1. Speaking of, did he lose his second game? No, Whitlock beat Barney round 1. I don't even know what day it is anymore.
Yeah, I remember they played each other.
I knew they played it. Yeah, Whitlock beat Barney. And then Whitlock lost to Kevin Dukes. So he was out in round 2. So I sort of got there. Whitlock was out, but a round later, and there's a Dutchman still in after beating Whitlock, but it wasn't Barney, it was Kevin Dukes. I'm going with it. Looking forward to see if Gary can average 100. If he does it again now, ridiculous. Matt Campbell looking good. He's indeed 101 average over Willie O'Connor. And a 4-0 lead. Heta is averaging 103. He's 5-1 up now on James Wade. The heat is turning the screw. John Michael, 5-3 up on Chris Dobie. We even see the Deadly Rose in the last 16. Danny Nopp at 4-3 up on Jeffrey Desvan. Just going about his business today is Noppy. There was a fair few shouts for people's selection for him to pick up the title yesterday. Lost early, but potentially making up for that right now. It's a 6-1 win for Damon Heta, finishing with a 106 match average. Some performance that from the heat, knocking out James Wade, who was magnificent in the previous round. Baggish gets one back against Cameron Menzies, still 4-3 behind. Gerwin Price about to get underway in the last 32 against James Wilson. Damian Mole, 6-4 winner over Steve Lennon. The Dutchman is through. Alan Suter, 3-0 up on Ricardo Petretsko. Solid day so far for Petretsko. Is Suits going to be a step too far? Five 0 now to Matt Campbell. Is he going to put a bagel in the last 32 against Willie O'Connor? Warming up, Gary Anderson, Jules Van Dongen. Excited to see that one. Streaming board 1 taking forever to get underway, but it will be Dirk Van Duivenbode against Gian Van Veen. That was announced at the same time as Wade vs. Heta, and that game's over. Romeo done. It's been a fire alarm. Where's everyone gone? John Michael has just beaten Chris Dobie. 6-4 win. Gary plays Jules Van Dongen next. The Dutch Dragon. Matt Campbell, a 6-0 winner over Willie O'Connor. Surprising that actually from board 1. Anderson Van Dongen gets underway. I mean, if you looked at the 8 names on that board to start the day, Luke Humphreys, Devin Peterson, Gary Anderson, Matt Topp, Scott Williams, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Jules Van Dongen, Ian White. Would you have put these 2 in the board final? Is Gary stream? Not this one. He was on the streaming board last time. Next time we see Gary on a streaming board, I suspect would be around the quarter-final mark. Jamie Hughes edges in front of Jeff Smith. MOG is not even entered half his events. He's not there at all this week, I don't believe. Dylan Price takes the lead against Jeff Wilson. Am I excited for Fury v Chisora 3? No. I don't think any fan of boxing or anything is excited for Fury versus Chisora 3, especially as it clashes with an England World Cup game. Absolute waste of time. The fight's been done. Absolute waste of time. There are bigger tests out there for Fury to keep himself going. It's just... That's just taking the fans for a ride now. It's a joke. Absolute joke. No one is happy to see that. Chisora fans don't want to see him get slapped up again. Fury fans are bored of seeing him do that when you've got the likes of Joe Joyce and the AJ fight didn't get made, Usyk. If Usyk and him are constantly 3 months out of line, one of them's either got to wait extra long or one of them's got to have an extra tune-up fight, or it's just ridiculous. Danny Noppert beats Jeffrey Desvan 6-4. Part of me, I don't think they're selling out Tottenham Stadium, not in the middle of a World Cup, in the current economic climate as well. No one's paying money to go anywhere or do anything. No chance. And if it does 250,000 buys on pay-per-view, I will be very, very surprised. No. When you think about how much AJ dominates the pay-per-view market in the UK. Tyson Fury's biggest pay-per-view fight, I think, is Wilder 3, maybe. And that still only drops into 5th of AJ's all-time pay-per-view fights in terms of numbers. It's not even close. Tom says a win here would give Pikachu a good chance for a spot in the Players' Championship finals. Yeah, keeps going. I presume that's next on stream to Glenn. Or are they in different boards, so it'll be the opponents ready for each of them? Because they're sat waiting and ready to go, so that makes sense. Seen an interesting stat regarding Josh Rock on Twitter earlier. The highest two losing averages on the Pro Tour, 113.74 and 113.12, both came against Josh Rock. Hideka lost 6-2 and Lewis lost 6-3. The fact they've lost that much of 113 and 112 averages says enough. It's a joke. Gary Anderson tuned up on Jules Van Dongen performance, not what it has been for the last couple of matches. Result still heading in the same direction. Tickets still on sale. Tickets are still on sale right up to the final minute of that. Right, quick ad break from me, just a 45-second hit, and then we're back after this one. buddy. Told you it'd be a quick one. Wahee. Here we go then. Stint again for Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts. Robert Richardson says, any standout performance from today, Gob? Josh Rock gone about his business very, very comfortably. Indeed, dropped one leg in 3 matches, 6-1, 6-0, 6-0, 96 average, 102 average, 104 or something. Just ridiculously good. Michael Smith safely through to the last 16. Not really been pushed massively so far, but solid job for him. Going Price, 3-top on James Wilson. Looks like he might go on to be in the last 16 as well. The other standout performer so far in terms of performances has been Gary Anderson. Truly magnificent this morning so far. Let me get the numbers for you exactly. Round number 1, it was a 6-0 win over Max Hopp, averaging 103. In round 2, the last 64 was 107 average against Luke Humphreys, 6-5 win in that one. They just went toe-to-toe, trading haymakers all the way in that. Now he's currently 3-1 up on Jules Van Dongen. Ricardo Petresco thought he was fighting a bit of a comeback there, but he's just slipped to 5-3 behind against Alan Suter. Dirk van Dijvenbode has just gone 2-1 up on Gian Van Veen on streaming board number 1. Cameron Menzies is playing some cracking stuff. Next streaming board games will be Jeff Smith against Boris Kurtzman, Michael Smith against Barry Van Peer. Clash of pace in that second one. Or with Jeff Smith first, or Jamie Hughes. Who plays Rock next? One excellent question. Josh Rock is through to the last 16 from board 12. Matt Campbell. Will be Matt Campbell, and it will be Jeff Smith on the streaming board as he has just beaten Jamie Hughes 6-4. Daniel says, great coverage as always. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you very much. He says, of these 3, who will have the best career? Josh Rock, Leighton Bennett, Luke Littler. Right now, you have to give the advantage to Josh Rock. I mean, he's 5 years older than the other 2, so that's a massive amount of time in their already incredibly young careers. But the way that he's taken to Pro Tour darts is something that the other 2 haven't done as yet. Leighton Bennett had a lot of hype early on. He has dealt with the media side of things, the attention, and everything else that comes with being a superstar of darts at a very, very early age, being in the presence of Phil Taylor, worked with management companies, practices with Rob Cross and what have you. So he's well equipped to go on to do it, but until he makes that jump and does it on the dartboard, it'll be a little bit more difficult. The one I'm most excited about is Luke Littler. And that's despite what Josh Rock is doing at the minute, smashing people up with 113, 114 averages and playing the way that Josh Rock is. Luke Littler, at the age of 15, is winning ranked WDF events. He smashes the JDC whenever he plays in it. Isn't old enough for the development tour yet, but next year will be, and next year will be a massive year for him because I suspect he's going straight in at the deep end in that regard. But in terms of equipped as an all-round game, people know who he is. He's had that little bit of exposure and experience now, played at the WDF World Championship last year. The one I'm most excited about is Luke Littler, but until he plays in a PDC environment, given that that is pretty much where everybody expects the top level of darts to be for the foreseeable future, until he's in that environment and flourishes in it, right now you have to say the person who's set up to have the best career is Josh Rock. Gary Anderson 5-1 up on Jules Van Dongen right now. Dirk van Dijvenbode 3-1 up on Gian Van Veen. Going Price 4-3 with James Wilson. Just the 3 games in play at the minute. Incredible the way Gary just decided to play this week. Play well. It is ridiculous as well because I put it on Twitter that he's back. The response I got from Jim McEwen was the first time Gary picked up his darts was when he threw 6 darts before the match against Max Hopp. He then proceeded to average 103, 107, etc. Mace is in the chat room. Good to see you, buddy. It says, have you ever seen a better bullseye, mate? That 1-3-2 last night was epic. Good chance tonight as well. Get on the board. I'll see you in a couple of hours anyway, but get yourself on that practice board. Big match first against Conan. Big match first against Conan. I don't want to kick a man while he's down or anything like that either, but those darts to beat Kieran Tierney in match number 1. Huge. That'd have been 6 points, Mace. You know. Gary's got his confidence back, put a grand on him to win the Worlds. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not that mad. Gary Anderson beats Jules Van Dongen 6-1 though, 102 average. So that was 103 against Max Hopp, a 6-0 win. 107 average against Luke Humphreys, 6-5 win. 102 average against Jules Van Dongen. That's ridiculous. What? Gary just... Oh, mate, Gary's different gravy. The big fish to win it. If he was called Matt Edgar, we wouldn't hear about the end of that for another year and a half. I love Matt, though. If you're watching, mate, good to see it. Dirk 3-2 up on Gian Van Veen, mate. That 4-2 averages just dropped a little bit, but it's still 96, still good enough. Oh, this is staggering from Gary Anderson. It just doesn't make sense. That stat from earlier, 35 Pro Tours played or Pro Tour matches played this year, and he'd averaged over 117 of them from Darts Oracle. Just ridiculous. We've been writing him off, telling everybody he's been having a terrible year. He's in no form. There's no consistency. I mean, when you're only half of your averages are over 100, mad. 170 to win it. Honestly, the game I saw on the stream earlier was one of the best I've ever seen his action look, and that includes World Finals, because there's still the odd moment where it gets a little bit lurchy. If they don't put that Luke Humphreys game up on Twitter afterward, up on YouTube afterwards, be fuming. Game of the day, easily. It looks like they're holding the last 16 to all start at the same time, and I'm not sure why they would. But everybody else is pretty much there. There's only, you could start 6 of the 8 games now. I think you just swore at him, Roberto. No comeback on the cards for Mace. (6-3) win for Gerwyn Price. He beats James Wilson. So just one game in play at the minute then. That is Dirk versus Gian Van Veen. That's live on Streaming Board 1 as well. Seniors defo no comeback, especially watching this today. I'm not sure how much you saw yesterday, mate, but yesterday was ridiculous. That quarterfinal onwards. 112, 114, 113, 102, 97 was a losing average. Dedeker for 113 average and got beat 6-2. How? How? Another double Dutch affair. Damien Morvis, Van Dyvenberg and Noppy versus Dutz. There's 5 Dutchmen drawn on the same board earlier. Are the Dutch on the way back up, do we think, people, as a darted nation? A lot of it is obviously carried the flag by Michael van Gerwen. Obviously, he's back to winning ways recently. We've seen Noppy win the UK Open. Dirks looked that little bit more solid. We've got youngsters like Gian van Veen. There was a discussion. Who are we on about? Wesley Placier potentially being in the top 4 Dutchmen if he carries on playing the way he is. Vincent van der Voort's had a better year than he has done in recent years. Good wins today for Dukes, Damien Mole, Jermaine Motamania in the last 32. Barry Van Peer winning. Gert Nenchez. How many names have I just listed? And we missed Barney. Barney doesn't get in the conversation at the minute. Dirk hasn't won yet. Yeah, fair point. Oh, I'm going to have to leave you guys for 30 seconds because Tiz has left the building. I need to let him back in. So we'll run to an ad break. I probably won't be here when I get back. And then after that, it'll be myself and Tiz.
This is just the beginning.
massive bottles, by the way.
That then. I've got a water bottle in the room, so I'll bring that back later. Oh, what boy!
Yeah, it was. I was literally going. I was like, you know, the Lidl there, which I can guarantee, or in Iceland, I can guarantee I can get it.
Refreshments
Same price
from the man Sam Tizzle. What did I miss then, folks? Will there be more events in the Netherlands if Dutch players start playing the same quality they have been all year? Potentially. Look, we've seen an extra World Series over there. I think the main issue in the last few years has been around TV sponsors, and in particular PDC sponsors, who have majority been gambling companies. I think laws and gambling rules in the Netherlands are becoming less strict. So once that becomes a thing, if there's still sponsorship paths, then we might see more in the Netherlands. Huge advantage. Yeah. We didn't order Domino's today. We've had a mare. It is 3:20. I think we're going to have a takeaway tonight. Obviously, tomorrow day, there's less pressure because obviously there's no day session. So we might be in here streaming Mr. Bars. Oh, that's a plan. Not only are we going to order Domino's tomorrow, I'm going to get Barzy to pay for it. He just doesn't know it yet. I hope he's listening as well. Keep sending me Snapchats. We did have a Greg's pretty late. It's a baguette, to be fair. What do we have today for you then? Right, the last 16 lineup. Gary Anderson against Damian Moll. Dirk van Dijvenbode against Danny Noppert. Whew. Kevin Dutz against Alan Suter. Jeff Smith against Boris Kuchma. Damon Hetter against John Michael. Matt Campbell against Josh Rock. Michael Smith against Barry Van Peer. And Cameron Menzies against Gerwin Price. That's tasty. Hope they have a good few tournaments in the World Seniors, all on ITV4. No, seniors don't have a deal with ITV4. We'll be back on the BBC for the World Championships. The Champion of Champions in March will be shown on Channel 5. Getting a Nando's on. Oh, I could murder a Nando's. Does anybody know? Does Portsmouth have a Nando's? A bit like 1926 around here. That's right, to be fair, the pub under the hotel's lovely. Even blurring the image, you could tell it's like, no, I'm not afraid of the image. It's a big bottle of Lucozade. Gezi wins it from here. Gaza wins it from here. Good vibes. Maliki, behave. It's not a dig at Rock. It's a dig at the tour name. That is all. Something Keys. Isn't that Southampton? Oh, that's nice. Dan Simpson off work for a week after that. I'm genuinely tempted for a Portsmouth road trip. Yeah, but you'd have to stop your car 6 times to charge it back up again, mate. The wonders of electric motors. Gunwharf Keys. I might have to have a wander down there. Might make Henry take me down there. If I get a chance, to be fair. Do you think the weight of the worlds on the order of merit is an issue? I do. I think for the next year to 18 months, any increases on prize money should go from the bottom upwards. I think the fascination with getting the prize money to £1 million for the World Championship, because it makes a good headline, is having a detrimental effect on the distribution of prize money to the rest of the tour. How far do you think Josh Rock can go by the end of the year, ranking-wise? Where is he now? 74 before today. It's a bit of a faux ranking because it's 1 year, isn't it? I think the question is, how far do you think Josh Rock can go by the end of next year, once he has a year, a full cycle of TV qualifications on there? And at that point, if he continues on the same rate of performance that he is at the minute, if Josh Rock isn't in the top 32 by the 2024 World Championship or 2023 World Championship, not the one coming up in 2 months' time, the one after that, I'll be very surprised. And even then, he'd have a platform for the following year because he'd be defending absolutely no TV money in that year either. So he's basically got 2 more years once he's secured his card to go out and do bits. So Rock lost his first leg in about 15 legs. Yeah, it was 6-1, 6-0, 6-0 up until that moment. Matt Campbell, the man to take one off of him. John Michael level with Damon Heta. Matt Campbell 2-0 up on Josh Rock. He's doubled it. Alan Suter takes the first leg in 11 darts. Gerwin Price of 14 against Cameron Menzies. Dirk versus Danny. What a match that is. Josh Rock's finished next. Behave, boys and girls. Roberta says, I think all these top players today have easily beaten the greats of the past. I disagree. I think the game has become a little bit easier in terms of equipment, time that you can put in practice. We see averages a lot more because they're tracked via technology, more financial opportunities for amateurs or opportunities to play darts means you can be a professional 365 days of the year without putting up money as money matches. You think a lot of what we saw, there was less TV events in the past. So when we do finally see them on TV, the pressure to perform is higher, but they were earning a fortune from exhibitions and stuff. But also, go back and look at average records and things like that. Phil Taylor still holds an awful lot of them before the wires started shrinking. And it's brilliant that the wires have started shrinking. Yeah, but I know you're on about the 70s and 80s grades, but the 70s and 80s grades, what you're comparing modern day to that is averages or performances or how often they scored things or how often they hit a 12 or 13 or 15 dart leg or whatever. And the thing is, they were hampered by the fact that it was more difficult to hit any treble when they played. If they had 25 hours a week to practice on a modern board in their prime, I don't think you're right at all. Gary at it again, first leg. Just 13 dart to open. Alan Suter 2-1 up on Kevin Doots. Anderson's just lost a leg. What's going on there? Madness. Damon Hetta 3-1 up on John Michael, averaging 85. James Wade will be spewing somewhere. Josh Rock averaging 115. Matt Campbell 111. Hang on, he was 2-0 down. What the? 111 plays 115. And Campbell's opened up 180 in leg number 6. Legs are 15, 14. Oh my. Matt Campbell won the first 2 legs in 15 and 14. Since then, Josh Rock has gone 12, 11, 11. How do you even deal with that? In 2 of those legs, at least one of those legs, the only way that Matt Campbell could have won it was hitting a 9-darter. The glasses have just been taken off from Jeff Smith. Interesting. Three apiece. Campbell's through first. Campbell Rock. Campbell Rock. 2 of those legs. 2 of those legs, Matt Campbell would have needed a 9-darter to win them. Staggering. Gavin Price 3-1 up on Cameron Menzies. Gary Anderson 2-1 up on Damien Moore. Just 99 average. What's going on, Gary? That's not 3 figures. Michael Smith 2. Barry Van Peer 2. That was on streaming board 2 for you guys. And on streaming board 1, a reminder, is Boris Kirchmar against Jeff Smith. However, of all the games in play, average-wise, they've put the worst 2 on stream. Good choices. Excellent life choices. Or maybe I'm giving them some stack. Damon Hatter versus John Michael doesn't look fantastic either. Campbell 4-3 up on Josh Rock now. This is frightening. And Rock's response, I'll just bang in a 1-3-4. $140 reply. Price goes 4-1 up on Cameron Menzies. Is the Scots day coming to an end? Rock's turn to lose with his highest average. Potentially, we are genuinely at the point in this match when they're averaging 111, 113 to try and comprehend what's going on. Scoring 100 is a slip. And if you were to win a leg in 14 darts, your average will drop. So Matt Campbell's just fired in an 11, 140 turn, 180, 81. What on earth? 5-3 to Matt Campbell. And then a 141. I think he switched to the treble 19 and put it in the treble 7. A ton from Josh Rock is not enough. It's not enough. $58 from Campbell, punished with a 140 from Josh Rock. Maybe it is enough. Smith Vampire, 3 apiece. Souter gets another one against Kevin Dutes, 4-2 up. Going Price, 1 away against Cameron Menzies, averaging 102. Dirk Van Dijvenbode has come out the traps flying. He's averaging 13 darts a leg right now as he's tuning up on Danny Noppert. Josh Rock leads a bogey. I think he slipped into the treble 5. I don't think that was deliberate. Campbell first for a finish after 12. It's a 3-figure outshot though, so his average is going to fall. Even if he takes that 147 for a 15 dart leg and the match, Matt Campbell's average is about to drop. Going to take a beat in a bit here. Anyway, this is a breaker throw as well, by the way. If Josh Rock can take out 32, which goes in 3 darts, a hold here and we go to a decider. Ridiculous. Kirchmar doing the job on Jeff Smith still. 5-2 now. Damon Hetta, first man into the last 8 though. 6-1 win over John Michael. Less than impressive average-wise. Result-wise, he's in the last 8. Show me the money. 180 to open for Josh Rock. 115 in response from Campbell. Another 180 for Josh Rock. He couldn't, could he? Tiz is meant to be sat here right now. He's just had to go and take a phone call, though. If Josh Rock bangs in a 9 darter while he's outside that door, I'm going to let him know about it. $117. He's missed the double. Oh. I can't believe that. He must have gone outside. It's a 10 dart leg instead. And he forces a decider against Matt Campbell. Still 107, plays 111. Absolutely mad. Dirk Van Dijvenbode 3-0 up, still averaging 115. It's all right. That just said 180, 180, 117. He missed the double.
What, for the 9?
Yeah.
Oh. Were you calling it as well?
Yeah, because this game is far too good not to. Deciding leg right now between Matt Campbell and Josh Rock. 107 average, plays 111. He's at it again, mate.
Josh Ross again. Is it? Oh my days.
Campbell was 5-3 up here.
Right, should I jump in or?
Yeah.
I've literally got no idea of anything that's happened today, so you're going to have to
It's
fill
all
me
right.
in completely with it.
Huge 137 from Matt Campbell. Josh Rock on the cusp right now.
Right.
Sam Tisley joins me once again.
How are we all doing, folks?
60 from Josh Rock. 6 in hand for Matt Campbell from 70 then. Leaves double 10. How much pressure will he be under?
No, not you set over then.
He's making pay for another one. 134 from Rock. Leaves 64. 3 in hand, though, for Matt Campbell to get the job done. Gerwin Price has just got the job done against Cameron Menzies. And Matt Campbell does knock Josh Rock out. Josh Rock has just averaged 108.74 and has been eliminated in the last 16. Matt Campbell, 104.5 for the Canadian, gets the job done. Gary Anderson finds himself 4-3 behind to Damien Mole. Michael Smith 4-3 up on Barry Van Peer. I've lost my mouse. There we go. Alan Suter 1 away. Last 16.
Last
They'll start at the
16.
same time as well, which is pretty nice.
Lovely stuff. I'm just playing catch up, by the way, guys. I've been watching all the Super Series action, so I'm relying on you guys and I'm relying on Gob to fill me in with what's been going on. I've just seen there that
Better read the chat room then, don't rely on me.
just obviously looking there, then obviously Josh Rock's at it again. Dirk.
Josh Rock's been at it again. Dirk
Was tipped by someone earlier, I heard you say.
Gary's been at it.
Yeah, Gary's been trending from what I've been seeing on our Twitter account. So Gary's getting a lot of love today.
Ridiculous.
I was a lot big, yeah. So Michael Smith's in there still. Suit's doing well.
Is Michael Smith the only Englishman left in the last 16 stage? Has that ever happened before?
That's oh my god! How many Dutches still in?
Yeah.
5 still in it. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Michael Smith 1 away against Barry Van Peer, 5-4 the lead.
By the way, guys, I can't say how much of a good job this guy's doing because I'm feeling it today, and he's been talking for the last four like the way I'm like fair play. Yeah. He's been talking. I've been keeping an eye on stuff like that, but you know it's been a long one, hasn't it? It's been a shift.
We did forget to get Domino's that we promised yesterday.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I've had a brilliant idea.
Go on.
Well, we're streaming again tomorrow day.
Perfect. Yeah.
And we went Barzy get it.
Exactly. Oh, the idea was great. And then it was
and
great.
Then Barzy's getting us done.
Yeah.
You don't know it yet, but
Yeah.
he's getting us lunchtime Domino's and we come in to stream the Pro Tour.
He's been out there swanning about.
Yeah.
Too really right.
Them the rules.
Well, don't you worry about me. I'm not going to pick in anyone today. I'm just going to go with the flow. I'm going to enjoy the action. So if anyone's got any bets on, don't worry. I'm not going to say any names.
Majority rules.
Yeah.
Order of food. Danny Nopper gets one back against Dirk van Duivenbode, whose average falls to a measly 102. What a joke that sentence is. Jeff Smith levels up with Boris Kuchma. We're going all the way in that one. Alan Suter is a leg away from knocking out Kevin Dutz. Mace says Italian place just up the road does incredible pizza. You'll have to give us some pointers, Mace.
Yes. I might have walked past this a minute ago. I'm intrigued if it's the same place.
Fish and chips.
We spoke about this.
We spoke about this earlier. It's if we're awake.
Yeah.
We might have to have power nap before the evening session.
What we've usually been doing is getting tea on an evening. We're that tired today, aren't we? We're just literally saying we're going to eat at the venue, I think, because
bring some food back in with us.
Yeah, we need that 2 or 3 hour gap, I think, to just get in.
Damien Mole has just knocked Gary Anderson out, despite averaging 6 points lower than him in the averages. A little bit of an upset, that, given the way that Gary has played so far. But as Scott does progress, in Alan Suter, a 6-4 win for him against Kevin Dutz. Michael Smith is flying the flag of St George for England. He is 6-4 winner over Barry Van Peer. His next opponent, I believe, will be Gerwin Price. who beat him yesterday.
Ooh.
Revenge is sweet. If you can pull it off. Damien Mole will play the winner of Dirk van Duijvenbode or Danny Noppert. What that does mean is we're guaranteed at least one Dutch semi-finalist. Board 3, Alan Suter awaits the winner of Kurchmar Jeff Smith, which is into a deciding leg. Matt Campbell will take on Michael Smith. That one will be streamed. Matt Campbell will not take on Michael Smith. Matt Campbell will take on Damon Hetta. That one will be streamed. Awaited on Michael Smith, Gerwin Price. This feels appropriate to look at the scores.
Is Josh Ross
Josh Ross just lost to Matt Campbell, yeah.
been averaging hundreds again all day?
108, yeah, ridiculous. Afternoon, Adrian. How we doing, buddy? Match starting coming for Boris Kuchma. 3 in hand, 40 goes. That's a 13 dart leg to wrap the match up. Jeff Smith was sat on 70. One player left to complete the lineup. And at the minute, you have to say, Dirk van Duijvenbode is doing an absolute job on his compatriot Danny Noppert. He's 5-1 up, averaging 101. Noppy averaging just 88. Noppy's darts here in leg number 7. Scoring for show, doubles for dough. That game showed. We weren't watching all the scores live in the Gary game. Is that what it was? Was he flying through and then smashing 12 darts, missed at double? Ton 40 for Danny Noppert leaves 1-2-1 after 9. This would be for just his second leg on the board. Dirk's back on 2-2-6. There's 6 darts at this from 1-2-1. Goes in 3. Huge check out from Danny Noppert, 1-2-1, 5-2. However, still needs at least 2 breaks to throw in this match. And Dirk van Duijvenbode is opening up with a 140 on his own throw.
Yeah, while you're doing this, while you're calling this, I'm going to have a look at a little bit of stuff what's actually gone on today. I'll play catch up. I'll still be here. So I actually know what I'm talking a little bit about when it comes to doing the final 8.
Steady.
Yeah, steady.
What do we want to do that for?
I mean, yeah.
Ton 40 from Dirk. That's responded to with an 84 and then a 140 of his own by Danny Noppert. And another 140 from Dirk van Duijvenbode, writing on the wall for Noppy. Unless he can find a 177, a 180 to put some sort of pressure on this 81. It's just 32 to leave 245. Dirk van Duijvenbode all the time in the world to take out this 81. Sets up 32, will be coming back for it guaranteed. Noppy finds a 134, but it feels a little bit too little too late right now. 3 in hand for Dirk at double 16, and it goes first dart. Dirk van Duijvenbode completes our quarter-final lineup of Players' Championship 26 in Barnsley. It will be, wait for it to move down, Damien Mole against Dirk van Duijvenbode, Alan Suter against Boris Kuchma. One of those 4 names will be a Pro Tour finalist today. Damon Hetta against Matt Campbell and Michael Smith against Gerwin Price. Mole versus Dirk will be on stream as well. Let's swap the boards over. That says Michael Smith versus Barry Van Peer. He's just played Barry Van Peer.
Not updated.
Sack the PDC. Carolyn says, is there any way to watch his games for free? Not without a PDC TV subscription. Not that I'm allowed to stay on the stream anyway.
No comment.
It's still not free. You have to pay for a subscription. No, don't you? But
Yeah.
whacking on a fire stick. To be fair, I can't be as bad. Phil Taylor at the World Seniors, when we were at Lakeside, told us after his game he was going to go home and watch the rest of it on his fire stick in his hotel room.
He said that straight up. Oh, no.
Everybody knew exactly what he meant.
Yeah. Some good games there, isn't there? So we've got what? Gezi versus Smith. Obviously, that's to be streamed, isn't it? I'm guessing that.
What do we? I think what did Glenn say? Glenn gets it from the feed. Damon Hatter vs Matt Campbell will be streamed.
Good shout, actually. I like that bit. Canadian. Yeah, I like that.
And the other one is Damien Moore vs Dirk.
Dutch.
Which is on stream board too. Your guess is as good as mine, Bob. We'll find out very shortly. A few minutes to wait before the last 8 kicks off then. We'll whack a quick ad break in. Then if you've got any quick questions for us, we'll answer them. Anything you want us to look ahead to. We might even have a chat about Super Series tonight.
Yeah, why not? I think we'll get into that, can't we?
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back then, folks, to Pro Tour Live here on Online Darts. Live coverage of Players' Championship number 26 of the year. 26. How many hours I've sat here talking about Pro Tour? Not many, to be fair. They've been midweek, so I made someone else do it. Women's Series coverage coming up in a couple of weeks, though. I'll be live streaming the final Women's Series event of 2022. Obviously, that all-important second spot at Alexandra Palace on the line. Phil will be giving us interviews from the European Championships in Dortmund as well. So keep an eye out for that in the coming weeks. And then after that, the next stream will be the last 2 Pro Tours, followed by the Grand Slam qualifier. And then our final stream of the year in terms of watching Dart Connect results will be the World Championship qualifier.
Ooh, the biggies. The biggies.
Quick question in the chat room from Carolyn. Says also, how do streams work in a Pro Tours? Because when PDC release highlights, they release 2 different highlights, stream 1 and stream 2. So basically, they have 2 lanes or 2 boards set up for streaming. And then via PDC TV, you can choose which board you want to watch. I hope everybody by now has realised that if you just open a second tab, log in, you can watch both boards simultaneously next to each other. The only way you can't do that is on a phone or iPad. But yeah, any other way you can watch both streams at the same time. It just means more TV darts, more commentators in use, etc. Both semis are normally streamed and that sort of thing. And then the final will just be on stream board 1.
Nicely.
Smashed it.
Absolutely smashed it there, Gob. So, Super Series tonight then. So we've got a couple of minutes. Do you want to
let's
have a quick look at that tonight?
What we should have done when I said that and played the advert was get the fixtures up for tonight so we know who's playing what and who's still involved.
Don't we?
You keep talking.
I'll keep talking. Right. So tonight, obviously, we've got Darryl Pilgrim. He's topping the group at this moment in time. Chris Mason had a really good night last night. It could have been even better for him, but Chris Mason still in the run-in. We've also got. We've got. Get these pictures up because I'm.
Do you know, that's what.
What's so many darts,
so many names, and you're just like, yeah, let's carry on.
I was winging it for a bit there, and I completely just got into. Let's have a look. Get a look.
As
soon as I see names. Champions Week.
Where's Friday evening? Here we go.
We're in now. We're in now. We're cooking.
Darryl Pilgrim, Conan Whitehead to open.
Yeah.
Big.
Huge. Yeah.
Conan started brightly last night.
Yeah.
I thought.
Really bright.
And then lost a little bit of his aggression towards the back end of that. I'm not sure if he started flagging or he was in Group A, so that was day session.
Yeah.
He was a little bit flat day 1. The reaction we got when he beat Graham Hall
that was
on day 3, which basically allowed Graham Usher passage to Saturday, which I'm not sure the rest of the field would have thanked him for.
No impacts on him.
I'm not sure the rest of the field would have thanked him for that at all. He was fired up, and he was fired up to start last night, and in the last 2 games, it felt like he lost that a little bit.
Yeah, they lost a little bit of that momentum they had. I said at the beginning of the night, so I really fancy Conan. You said it as well. There's a real fire in his belly, wasn't there? But for some reason, it just sort of tailed off in the last couple of games. Mace was able to take advantage there. And I think it's going to be an interesting night to see how he returns after that, because he was flying at one point. Darryl Pilgrim was unstoppable last night. He was obviously won all 4 of his games. If we saw something earlier, didn't we, with the prices on Darryl Pilgrim to top the group. Was it 5 to 6?
5 to 6. So top the group from 8 points.
Yeah, and
from 8 already.
Yeah, and he's got a 4-point advantage. I think essentially, if he wins one more game,
it's physically impossible to not qualify once you reach 10 points.
Yeah.
So in everything but security, he's pretty much put himself in Saturday night, being 4 from 4, 8 points. You have to look at the disaster situation to work out if you can't qualify, and that would be losing 4 from 4 tonight. 4-0 takes a massive hit on the leg difference, and even then, I think you need every other result to line up in a specific way for him to not be there.
Yeah.
But knowing that Darryl Pilgrim would put himself guaranteed into Saturday night with a win in game number 1, that could also potentially put Conan on the back foot. So we've already got a massive moment in the first game this evening. Graham Hall was favourite for this group and did himself no favours in the first couple of games last night. Fought back a little bit.
I was expecting more from Graham. Obviously, I don't know if it was a hangover from how he ended. Obviously, on Wednesday, he was flying at one point and then sort of threw it away. I'd say, to be honest with you, in Group A. I don't know if there's a little bit of a hangover in the early games. Like he said, he clawed it back, but it'd be intriguing to see how he comes back tonight and responds from that.
Yeah, and Kieran Tian, one of the first winners here, confident in his interview when I spoke to him before.
It didn't quite happen, did it?
Didn't quite happen, no. He got the win against Mace to start his night, which, a little bit fortunate in doing so, perhaps missed chances from Mace to get that result done. Yeah. We spoke about that in the chat room earlier, about potentially that would have been 6 points for Mason, a lot more solid, and we might as well talk Mason at the same time. But
just finishing, I think as with Chris, his time was brilliant. Do you know what I mean? His time absolutely excellent last night.
The 1-3-2, Mason doubts himself in the chat going, "How good was that bullseye?" And I'm like, brilliant. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
To the point where I was like, "Look, I don't think you had it. I think you were doing something else at the time." And I was like, "Mate,
you spotted it."
Video on now, socials, get it there.
Stop everything. No, that was a superb one. I don't know how he managed to squeeze that in, because he was physically here, and then all of a sudden I think he had to move the camera shot probably to even fit him in. It was a brilliant start. That
ridiculous start, but interesting night ahead for those guys. A lot could be done early. Obviously, 3 spots up for grabs will be hotly contended. Leg difference could play a massive part in this group, because obviously where you've only got 8 games to do so, to get tight, leg difference could be massively important. So if you are going to lose one, don't get hammered.
Absolutely not.
Do not get hammered.
It'd be intriguing to see which 3 go through. Obviously, 3 confirmed so far. We've got Graham Usher, who's gone through today. We've had Josh Payne and Lee Evans.
Is it Evans BJ? Oh, God.
Yeah.
As if it wasn't harsh enough on the way that JT's gone out. I just told you he was there.
Yeah.
Poor man.
Yeah, so Lee Evans did the shootout there. A great little shootout. Went all the way. Basically, the last game, Lee Evans versus Peter Jakes to decide who was going to go through. Went all the way, 7 legs. I think Jakes even missed a match start in that one. And Lee Evans took full advantage. So 3 finalists already confirmed. 10 o'clock tonight. Make sure you tuned in. It's definitely going to be worth watching, isn't it? It's going to be a cracker tonight.
Yeah, it won't be me talking.
I
think that's the biggest bonus of it all. If you want my darts, it's just not me talking.
Yeah, we're just waiting for these games to get going, guys. Obviously, you were saying this it seems like they're starting at the same time today, so I'm guessing that's why maybe it's taking a bit longer.
I don't know who's in charge here today. I don't know what the hell's going on.
To get them warmed up and stuff, and get them playing again. So Phil tipped Gezi early, didn't he? I remember hearing that. Phil Barzi's gone for Gezi, and Gezi's still in there. So
yeah.
There's one on there that the one that I was thinking I'm going to go for is actually still in there. I'm not going to say the name because I've said earlier about jinxing it, and there's someone in the chat room that's definitely going to be annoyed if I say it and it gets jinxed.
For him. Daniel, do we have to do the Ryan Searle thing again? People are sending me food recommendations now.
What, Portsmouth?
Mark Staples has sent me a message on Twitter as well going, Nando's a must just up the road from Live Lounge, or they're always Subway. Kebab shop open 24 hours often. We walked past the kebab shop the other night and it smelled delicious. And then as we were leaving last night, I was tempted. I was like, no, I just need to get to bed. So I eat, then I've got to sit up another half an hour.
I went to get a bottle of water from there, and let's just say I had to quickly pinch myself and get myself out of there, just get the water because the smell didn't smell good.
Yeah.
I nearly fell for it.
And then we'd have been up even longer.
Yeah.
And even less sleep. Glenn, how did you know which one? No, I'm joking.
Coffee smashed.
Everyone thrashes me in a game, Daniel, don't matter if they're professional or not. I don't know how long this actual break is. This isn't normally scheduled.
It's longer than usual.
It's not us going, oh yeah, there's a break. It's what the bloody hell's going on? They're holding every game to get going at the same time again. Random question, what are your opinions on Wayne Mardle as a commentator? Here we go. I quite like Wayne. I don't think I dislike many, to be honest. Being close to the industry now, I'm not, well, my job is full-time in darts now, but I'm not about to sit here and bash people that are career broadcasters at all. I think every single member of the Sky team, the ITV team, the PDC team have all got their pros and their cons. They've all do some things well. They all do some things not particularly well. I think the lightheartedness approach to Mardle is entertaining for TV sometimes. Not all the time. I think there are some moments where it's not needed.
Yeah.
I think in terms of analysing an action and telling you why something is going wrong, I think he communicates that to the audience better than anybody I've seen.
That's fair. I think what it is, it's down to production. So it's like, I think the thing that can get on people's nerves is if it's, you're constantly seeing the same faces as well. And I think that's what it is. It's about variety, and I think it's starting to get better. I think there was periods possibly where Sky were giving you the same people quite often, weren't they? But I think they have sort of broadened it up quite a lot now. Yeah. It's definitely getting better. But yeah, again, I'm with you. Yeah. I don't have a problem with really any of the commentators. There might have been one or two in the past where you think, okay, I'm not as switched on or entertained by your voice, but generally speaking, I think they're all, as long as it depends who they put together with them as well. I was going to say,
pairings are just as important as somebody being an individual commentator, and also the roles that those pairings take on. 100%. Not everybody is equipped to be the first speaker, the lead, the one that throws in and out of adverts, the one that goes, oh yeah, thanks, I'm joined by this person, that does all of the must say. Yeah. And then this guy's the opinion say, I've been there, I've done it.
Exactly.
As a number two, I think Wayne's excellent. I think he's struggled a bit as a number one, but he's been asked to do that a lot from Sky recently, where they've had major changes in their team. Rod Studd was ill. Yeah. And whatever else they've had going on within their team. I think they've tried to bring in new talent. Obviously, they've tried Adam Smith, who has a different sporting background, so trying to get up to speed with darting knowledge is different. I think the Mardle and Park relationship is very, very good. The Mardle and Studd, before Rod was ill, I think is one of the best partnerships we have heard. They just bounced off each other. They were awesome together. I think at the minute, the best partnership that Sky have is Part and Webster. Yeah. I think they're excellent together. There's just knowledge, respect. There's a little bit of comedy timing if they need it. I just think that as a duo for Sky, if I could decide now who I want to call the final moments of the World Final, it would be Mark Webster and John Part as a duo.
Yeah, I agree with you. ITV lads are very good too. Yeah, ITV is superb. They've got a superb team there.
Yeah.
I'd like to see more ITV coverage as well. I'd like to see ITV get more and more events, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't want to blow too much smoke up Mace's ass because he's in the chat room, but I think Mace is awesome.
Oh, he's brilliant.
I think Dan Dawson is excellent. I think we are going to see Dan start getting a few more opportunities moving forward. I think he has served his time now, and I think he's
nailed it.
He's set to receive the rewards on it.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that's definitely not an unpopular opinion, is it? I think that's common ground with everyone. I think everyone wants to see that happen for Dan now. So. Hey.
Lol, there he is. Right, mate.
We'll climb out now.
Not just a pretty face. One that we've missed, and to be fair, I don't want to say harsh missed, but there's a reason we've missed it, is because we've just done a debate about Sky and ITV. Chris Murphy.
Oh, yeah, he's brilliant.
Unbelievable. The fact that we've got him for the World Series is a massive scout. I think he's been superb on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're doing loads of work with him on the Super Series here. He's fantastic, really knowledgeable. It's not just what he does on screen as well, it's the behind the scenes things.
Oh, he's been a massive help for things that I've done for the last year or so as well.
Yeah, he's always involved. He's always willing to get involved with all areas of what's going on behind the scenes and get involved and offer advice to people.
Dan is mental. The thing that sticks out for me from this year from Dan is that he's getting that Sky opportunity. He did the World Cup, did a couple of the World Series in a more prominent role. There was a commentary with, I think it was Jacques Niellois on the Euro Tour earlier in the year when they were talking about how young some of the players are and how long they've got left in the game. And he's like, oh, some of these boys have got 20, 30 years left if they want it. And then he'll be a commentator because Jacques is a bit older than Dan. And Dan was like, nah, they've sacked me before then.
So games are underway then.
Yeah, Damon Heta with a 12-dart leg to open Boris Kirchmar. I think he's just gone 14-13. Dan, do I think I'm controversial about things? It seems to say as it is. I don't know. If people think what I say is controversial, then that's down to how they interpret it. If I'm asked an opinion on something, then
I think what it is,
I like to say it how I see it. I don't think I'm that aggressive with it, though. I can appreciate other opinions, and I like to think that.
I've said there's someone more controversial than you in the online darts brand.
Oh, comfortably. Way more. I don't know where this is coming from the last 9 months. Because of my thoughts on the development tour, and I had a one-night show where I just called everything stupid. I think I had a ridiculous day. I was knackered, I was tired. I was just like, what do you think of this? Oh, it's stupid. Right, Brett. And now it's just like, oh, yeah, let's see what God will say about this. I'm not angry. I'm not miserable. I don't hate everything. I want more and I want better for the sport that I love.
Absolutely.
And if I see something wrong or I see something that can be improved on or whatever or unjust, then I like to think that I'm in a position, if somebody says, what do you think of that? Well, I'm not just going to sit there and go, oh, yeah, the PDC are brilliant because they're inviting everybody, whoever they want. If I don't agree with an invitation, then I'm going to say it.
Essentially, the way I see it with YouTube and obviously the brand online darts, it's about creating conversation. And that's what YouTube is as well, generally. That's how you grow a channel. And it's not just about creating conversation for the sake of it, though. It's about giving an honest opinion. And I think that's what it is. It's about getting the tone of voice right as well. You don't want to be too controversial to the point where it's just damn right offensive and rude and it's just there. And in doing that, you also ruin relationships and it stops you progressing as a channel. So there's still a balance. With YouTube, you can get away with more. For example, like on TV, there's certain things you can and can't say. You know this. With YouTube, it's maybe the area. It's like, for example, PDC could probably put out videos of a certain style. We could put the video that they can't put out. Yeah, that's a lot. There's a lot of that, isn't there?
We were having a conversation about Soccer AM yesterday, weren't we? And it's like, what we can do on YouTube now is what Soccer AM were doing 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Perhaps not to the same extent, but similar, isn't it? Where the boundaries of what's acceptable and offending people, I guess, is you can push them a bit more on
exactly
on
that
a platform like.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I think what it is, it's like we've got a lot of people with opinions on the online darts thing. Obviously, Phil's invited a lot of people to come and help grow the channel over the time. Very knowledgeable people who all have completely different opinions on stuff. I mean, Phil disagrees with people on most things, doesn't he? But that's what I guess creates good conversation. And that's what
a comment, Your Honour.
yeah. But that's what. It's about creating that conversation and growing the chat rooms, because that's what it is really. Without these sort of conversations, you don't get people like yourselves in the chat room who create some controversial views in the chat room every time. But we address it, don't we?
Yeah.
We're
not going to shy away from it. Yeah. Like Lendl was just asking my favourite is for the ADC Tour Championship Finals. I'll be honest, I haven't followed it as much as I possibly should have or could have this year. The top two, Matt Jackson, Adam Atkinson, from what you hear everywhere else, is outstanding. The outside pick for me, I say outside, I think he's going as the 5th seed, is Adam Warner. I think he's excellent. I played at university level with him. The level that he's added to his game recently, he just seems to be playing darts constantly, week in, week out. Doesn't bother with county. He hasn't bothered with the PDC. He's just gone away, worked his way at opens and whatever. He's earning a fair whack from doing so. It's almost like a 1980s darter traveling around the country, picking up cash at ranking of money in, money out events that he can. And I think he's well equipped to have a go, certainly. So, yeah, Atkinson, given the way that I've been told that Adam Atkinson played last night in Newcastle, excellent chance. Matt Jackson seems solid. Who would I like to win? Adam Warner. Yeah, Whitlock's not getting in the Premier League. Unless he goes and wins the Euros and Players' Champs and makes a World Semi.
Just looking at the games in play now, Damon Hetted absolutely flying. 118 average after 3 legs, 3-0 up against Matt Campbell. Dirk van Duivenbode also playing really, really well. 2-0 up currently against Damien Moll. 3-0 now. Boris Kirchmeier is 3-1 up against Suits. Suits just pulled a leg back there. Gezi Price absolutely flying as well. He's got the blocks quick. 3-0 up against Michael Smith. Matt Campbell's pulled.
Carolyn just asked the question that I was going to answer before it was even a question. This is a concern for Michael Smith because he did exactly the same against Gerwyn Price yesterday. Got to this stage, they met, and Price produced somewhere near 100, dropped off a little bit for that. Michael Smith didn't hit a 90. Now, either he's running out of steam or it is a block against Gerwyn Price where he just wants it too much, is trying too hard, or just can't produce it right now. And in an era that Price looks set to go up against Van Gerwen and Peter Wright.
I can say Peter Wright, would you say, obviously, Peter Wright's had a funny old year, it's 18 months really, but obviously for the big events, you know, the world, he's going to turn up for certain events, isn't he?
I liked Nathan Aspinall's analogy at the Grand Prix where he said that he was the Andy Murray of the Final Four.
Yeah.
Right? The other three are Wright, Price, Van Gerwen, and compare them to whichever ones you want, but they've been so dominant and are so good. They're Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic from tennis in the last 10, 15 years.
That is a good analogy.
There's competition right now to be Andy Murray, right? Who, let's not forget, is a 4, 5-time major winner, 2-time gold medalist, or whatever else he is, right? There's no shame in that.
Oh, God, no.
There's absolutely no shame in that.
He still walks away with some sort of a legacy,
But whatever you do, don't be crumbling when you get into these games.
Yeah.
Murray did it a couple of times, but there are also times when it went toe to toe with him and it come out the other way. And you've got to be in it to win it. You've got to be that next man. Andy Hamilton made a career out of being the other semi-finalist in the PDC for years.
Yeah.
And again, there was no shame in that. Andy Hamilton earned a good living from being, he was world number 3 for a long, long time, for going, I'm going to make a semi-final. I'm going to make a semi-final on a TV event and just not going any further with it.
Oh, Jazz had a little nibble at you.
I thought we were friends. I'm not coming to Minehead for your birthday now. I'm just that just proved your point. Jarl, I'd love to accept your invitation to Minehead.
Matt Campbell's pulled 2 legs back against Damon Hetzer. Still doing well in the averages, but Matt Campbell's obviously just picked it up a little bit here. Boris has gone within 2 legs against Suts.
Can we? I'm going to ban Premier League chat.
I wasn't going to pick. I looked at the chat. I wasn't going to pick up on it. I knew you were going to get funny about it.
It's 10 days away from November, so we're not a million miles away from it. But let's go 3 majors before that. In fact, there's 6 before the Premier League now. 6 TV events before the Premier League now.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's
because previously you just go, oh, we've got the Euros, 7. Euros Grand Slam, Players' Championship Finals, do some damage there, see what you can do, try and put yourself in contention above people that have won the Grand Prix, the UK Open, or whatever. But then you've got the Worlds, massive, do damage there. Winning it puts you in it. A good run to the semis or the final if you've had a steady year elsewhere might do it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got 2 World Series events and the Masters, and we all know right now that the Masters gets you in.
Yeah.
Or it has done for the last 2 years, because apparently the Masters is more important than the European Championships. Not.
Just thought, do you want me to get? Oh, you got them all up there. Do you want me to get the other 2 on here?
Yeah, go on.
So we can see. We don't want to miss a 9. It's
not
playing on
missing
my
a
mind.
Terry Jenkins, 9 losses in finals. I thought it was 10. I thought it was double figures.
I've got the same one twice.
Hey, you thought we were bad earlier and saying, oh yeah, we think Chris is fantastic. Roberto just said he thinks Chris Mason should be in the Premier League. Nah, that's a step too far.
That's a conversation about Premier League I'm not banning. Allow it.
Yeah. Also, mates, now you're actually listening. If you turn up to the World Seniors in just a windmill playing shirt, I'll be livid. It's not on, is it?
It's not.
With a couple of stickers on it, you need a proper playing shirt for February, or I won't let you in the building. First man in the building still into the last 4 is Boris Kirchman, by the way. He has just destroyed Alan Suter 6-1, averaging 105 in the process. Wow. Big bad Boris is on a roll. Maybe it is Boris Johnson. Boris week. Boris is back week.
The comeback of the Borises.
Boris is back week. That's what this is. Shirt is on its way. Good man. We'll let you off there.
I'll close that one down again.
How about the winner of the World Seniors going in the Worlds? Would love it. Will the PDC go for it? Everything is in the PDC's hands. If they want it to happen, you're 99% sure that the organiser of the World Seniors will go, actually, yeah, that's massive for us. They can go.
David Hetter's gone within 1 leg, 5-2 up against Max Campbell now. Starting to feel the heat out there.
Do you think Anderson will be in the top 32 in 2 years? Do I think Anderson will be in the top 32 in 2 years? If he's still playing, yes.
The thing is,
if he's not, then I fancy he'll be retired instead.
Yeah. A good run at the Worlds changes. It hinges on that, doesn't it? And he loves the Ali Pally, so why not?
Christ just 1 away now against Michael Smith. Still an 84 average for Buddy Boy.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? It's just like we said about earlier against Gazzy Price. There's something there, isn't there, that obviously doesn't agree with him.
Kando is going to join you lot of the tavern in 2 years. Steady.
Campbell keeps himself in the hunt.
Hopefully. Ooh, shall I tease it now? Hopefully. I'm just waiting on somebody to go tick. And World Seniors will be announcing the next player to play in the World Championships today.
Oh, really?
Today?
Well, there we go. Matt Campbell, 177. I'm keeping an eye on that one. He's open with a 177. I'm not saying anything else.
I think you've made a point of it enough now to know what we're looking for.
I think you know what I'm getting at, but
well, I'm not noticing it.
Yeah, I'm not picked up on that. So fickle, aren't I? think we could be seconds away potentially from Damon Heta sealing his place in the semi-finals. Leaves 32 after 4 visits. Campbell not on a finish. Obviously, Heta has the darts in hand here as well. So Campbell leaves 98. Heta comes back for 32 to seal a place in the final 4.
And he will take on Gerwin Price, who has beaten Michael Smith 6-2. Superb performance from Damon Heta, averages 104. We're just waiting on one more now.
Who will it be?
Looking like Dirk van Dijvenbode, who leads 5-3 over Damien Mole, has the darts in leg number 8. I think Gary goes one of 2 ways next year. Obviously, without being in Europeans, I don't think he'll be in the Premier League. And at that point, if he's got nothing to play for, he's even less likely to practice than he is already. Whereas at least he's in the Premier League, he has to throw his darts once a week for 17 weeks.
Big 1-2-5 there from Dirk van Dijvenbode as he edges ever closer. Leaves himself with the finish. First one to finish 101 when he comes back. Oh, but a brilliant 134 from Mole to leave 70. Pressure now on Dirk. 101. And he's not checked it out. So Mole comes back with 70 on the board.
What route has he gone for that? What route has he gone for that?
Taking time to update here, so I've got 3. He's missed it, and he has missed it. Leaves 32. Dirk, it's 14. It's
next to 16. It should be nice, but it's just low enough to cause you trouble.
He's bust it.
Oh dear.
So big chance now. He's got to take this. He's got to take this, and he has taken it. First dart, 5-4. We've got ourselves a game.
That's a break.
That is a break. We've got ourselves a game here.
2. Ooh. That's a new one. 54-28 for 82. I like 28s, but not even I've tried that route before. Wow.
Both players start the leg with what, 140s?
64. I suppose you can then go at both trebles for a dart of a double. If you're feeling it. Oh, I've got a new route, Tiz.
You found something.
I've got a new route.
Oh, Dirk, that's beautiful stuff. 140, backs it up with a 180. Puts himself within a whisker.
I did find
and 135 as well.
A new route the other day. We'll discuss it after this leg.
Yeah. I mean, Dirk is probably 1 visit away here looking at this from sealing his place in the semi-finals. He can have 6 starts, is he? No. Yeah.
Pressure. That treble goes in. That's 24 as well instead.
Yeah, there we go. And that is it confirmed. We have 4 people confirmed for the semi-finals. We'll get the poll up shortly. We'll get the old poll up. We know. God loves the poll.
I don't love the poll because it's a pain in the ass to put up because I can't do it from inside the streaming software. Everybody else loves the poll, which means I have to log into YouTube, swap account, prat around, mute it before it starts playing so that everybody can hear what I'm...
Yeah.
Nightmare. But we'll get you a poll, folks, anyway. You know the rules, though. Drop us a few likes while we're doing it. We really do appreciate it. We do have a final 4 lineup. Dirk van Dijvenbode against Boris Kirchmar and Damon Heta against Gerwin Price.
Some beautiful games.
Beautiful. While I'm doing this, the route, that 82 is intriguing. I'm gonna have to try that when I'm playing.
That's gonna be keeping you up, isn't it?
I just want a chance to practice it, to be honest. The Alan Norris route for 143. Really, I've never seen it, but it just makes sense. His first target from 143 is at 2 trebles. It's either at treble 11 or treble 14 because they're next to each other. And if you hit one of them, you either leave 101 or 110, which you can go treble bullseye. So you can be more aggressive with your first start to hit a treble, knowing that you're then still on a finish, rather than going treble, treble, single, but only having 1 treble to throw at. It's clever. I suspect after our chat the other night, Martin Adams would tell me I'm talking nonsense.
I think Martin Adams would tell anyone they're talking nonsense about a lot of things.
Poll is up.
Get your votes in, guys. Let's see who you're going for.
See if you can get us to 100 likes before the end of the stream as well. Go on.
78.
Why there? You click in one place, you click in another.
29k subscribers.
If we get more than 100 votes but less than 100 likes, there's something wrong.
There is something very wrong. There's something very wrong.
Because they're both...
You're interacting wrong, guys.
Yeah.
What happens?
It's just click there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Same thing. Same, but different.
Come
I
on,
think is the
guys.
line.
I'm going to get my vote in.
You've jinxed him now.
I know.
You've actually jinxed him now,
I
haven't you?
can't see it.
You've actually jinxed him now. Tears, what have you done? Oh dear, poor bloke. The eggplant genius is thrilled. Genius is bold. I'm a genius.
To be fair, you impressed me with some knowledge yesterday. You pulled some out there, didn't
To
you?
be fair, people that work at Apple are called geniuses, so I'm not sure I want We need to all not be happy if you've jinxed Hector, so I'm not going to say either way because you might have an apology to say.
Oh, it's still in it.
Oh dear.
I wonder how long it's going to take to get it ready this time.
I don't know.
What time did we finish yesterday? About 5, was it?
Yeah.
6? We left here at 6, didn't we?
Yeah.
Looking about the same, isn't it?
Sleep. I feel like we should watch something else now.
Should take a film on.
We should just whack an advert on. But we only got introductions for any of our shows or 3 adverts.
Oh, we've got like a limited range,
A
haven't we?
limited range of things we can show.
Who's in charge of sorting all these adverts?
I've put some of it in.
Have you?
I like this one.
2 multiplied by 10 plus 1. Romeo done.
Done. I like that.
I've not used that for a while.
Yeah, I like that. I rate that a lot.
We got a bit of Lucas.
I like it.
You can see the maturity levels in
Oh
it.
man, Gary hit one of these earlier.
What, big fish? Oh, yeah.
He reeled a big fish in.
Oh, I love it.
Look at the technological advances that
What?
we've got here on like that.
Have you got the, I'm guessing you got, well, I'm not heard it today, obviously, because he went out pretty early. Barney alarm. Is that
Oh yeah, the Barney. Like, I can't play the Barney alarm if we're not.
No, of course we don't. We don't need to use that.
Oh,
word.
Gary's back.
He's back. That is your catchphrase, that, isn't
He's back. I slated Barney for so long about MVG being back every week,
Yeah,
but everybody else is back now. That's it. That's just how it works. Right, we will run one more quick ad break before we get going. We're back after this one.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back then, folks, to Pro Tour Live. Players' Championship 26 of 30 this year. We're still going strong. Where's the train gift for Gary? Good one. I need Flying Scotsman gift. That's what we need.
We need it.
We need all sorts, to be fair.
Some work for people out there.
We need a new studio.
Yeah, we need. There's a lot of things.
This is just a banner in front of an interview board. But
we've had to travel a long way just to come here. We need someone local here.
What we need to do is pick up this building.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that all the staff are based around here and everybody's pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they need to come to us.
And just move it 150 miles north.
Yeah, that'd be easier.
I know it's still not quite far enough to be near you.
No, I'm in. You don't. Yeah, I'm in the middle.
Too far.
Yeah, I am too far. I'm very north. It's
Midlands, middle.
Yeah.
Come to me.
Yeah, I'll deal with that. I have to travel 6.5 hours to get here, so yeah, I don't need that stress. Boris the Minister will win.
Menace. If he's on his way back, we're in a world of trouble. We're in a world of trouble as it is, to be fair. Horrible man. Race to 7 in the semi-finals.
Yeah, race to 7 now. So,
score predictions.
Score predictions, right? Okay, so Dirk versus Boris. I'm going to go with Dirk. I'm going to go 7-4 Dirk.
Yeah.
No, I can't say anything because the kids.
Right, when everybody knows it's one of these two.
Sorry.
You've given a score prediction for the first two, so you just narrowed down who you
I'm
think.
supposed to not be jinxing this. So.
Do it the other way.
All right.
Pick the player you don't want to win.
The player I don't want to win.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think.
You're gonna try and double bluff.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Right, okay. Oh, actually, it's horrible now. Now I've got to this point. Actually, it's a horrible one. I mean, to fair, it's gonna go wrong now. Anyway, yeah. Okay. I say, oh no, actually, we'll do something else. I don't think Damon Hatter's gonna win.
What a mess.
Yeah. Oh wow. So what's happened in the votes then? Let's have a look at the votes. Let's see what the people are saying. You're the ones that matter, not me.
Why are you scrolling? Just
I was scrolling. You can just click it, can't you? It's been a long.
Nobody's saying Kurtzman, despite the fact he had the most impressive performance in the round before.
Yeah.
Not a lot saying Van Dijven better either. Votes pretty evenly split between Hatter and Price. I imagine if we were to do another poll before the final, whoever wins that match would be heavy favourite against the other one.
I think 80% plus.
Yeah. Are we going to do that though? No.
No. No. It takes too long.
If you're not on it now, that's your own problem.
Yeah.
You backed the wrong one. No second chances, right? No fence sitting, no second chances.
That's it, you're done.
Them the rules.
You stick with what you got.
We don't make the rules. We just enforce them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Them the rules. The rule I will enforce is these lot need to get bloody move on. Why are they all sat around?
Come on, crack on. $83 likes now. We're getting a bit closer.
Steady.
Still.
We beat yesterday's target.
Yeah, we have.
We were already above that when I asked for likes again. So I was like, oh, I can't even.
Yeah, I can't keep. 100 would be nice, wouldn't it? How good would 100 be?
Basically, what the chat room have just done is deny me 69 2 days in a row.
Yeah. How many views did we get across the stream? I said, was it 9,000? You said?
Yes.
Good work, mate. Well done. Oh, even Stevens, Hetzer Price. Oh, Hetzer now takes over.
The Australians have just woke up.
Yeah, I got to say.
3 drinks are over. They're up on the lash. Friday night over there.
Yeah, I've just seen Robert Owen.
They're in town.
I've just seen Robert Owen down Weatherspoons. He's obviously finished up here. I've gone to Greg's. He's gone to Weatherspoons.
Not Dunspoon. The pub where we are, so it's all right.
It's too convenient.
You get a discount.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, it's too convenient.
I do like a spoons.
Oh,
Rude not to.
Yeah. If you're going to give me a double spirit and a mixer for £3.50,
please.
I'm not going to turn you down, am I?
Not a lot we've turned down, to be fair, though, too.
Well, yeah. We don't say no to many things.
Like a nap.
I will not say no
A
to
big
that.
nap.
Yeah. I felt bad here because I was working obviously next to you. And I was like, you're fully like in the zone sort of thing. And I was over doing my stuff, but it's just like, stay awake. I was like, I've stayed awake for you. I think.
53 votes, 21% Dirk, 4% Boris Kirk. That feels a bit like just 2 votes.
Yeah, I mean, Boris is not feeling the love there.
We have a game warming up. Movement! Huzzah!
Oh, let's go, guys. A couple of 7-0s would be nice, wouldn't it? Speed things up.
For us, yeah. For the player, horribly. Especially, first leg wins.
Yeah.
Bit like next goal wins on the
exactly,
playground. First leg
exactly.
wins, which means your potential of jinxing it just
It's
gone up. Especially if they don't have the darts. Do you know what? Should we do everyone a...
It's even better. They could just share the winnings between them now and we can go home.
Yeah.
If they could just do that, they could come to sort
Just
of
divvy
agreement.
it up, yeah. Split the pot.
Hey, look, that's not big screen.
We're on big
Look,
screen.
we've got
No,
big-
man, I'm
look
on
at this.
telly.
Jesus.
Why did I say Northern? I'm
Oh.
on telly. No, I'm on the telly.
Look at this. Yeah, I do look rough now, don't I? Oh,
I didn't say that.
get it smaller.
Sue.
We've got any Sues in the chat room today? That sounds really seedy, actually. Sorry, no, I wasn't meant to sound like that. I'm not.
My darts league on a Wednesday, right? Everybody pretty much knows it as the Vodka Wednesday league now because I drink vodka on a Wednesday when I play darts, right? So everyone's like, "Oh, you got
Just
Vodka
a Wednesday,
darts."
Bob.
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So everyone knows it as the Vodka Wednesday league. Well, the landlady of what used to be the effectively host venue for the league where they were based or whatever was called Sue, and she retired earlier in the year. So we did like a big presentation for her, and I'm just like, Sue.
Of course you were. That's just your level, isn't it? That?
Yeah. Bit of comedy.
Gessie leaps back in the front as well. 42%.
I use the word comedy lightly.
I think you're very funny, man.
Oh, thanks.
All right, mate.
Still not paying for dinner. That's my turn, to be fair.
Is it? Oh, yeah. There's a lovely little restaurant down the road. I was fine. What was that Indian that Henry mentioned last night? Let's discuss Ronaldo being disrespected by Ten Hag. I'm going to say something here.
No.
Go on.
Ronaldo is disrespecting Man United, Ten Hag, and everybody else in front of it by thinking he's bigger than everything else they're trying to
I agree. But also, I know it's wrong, but if I'm Ronaldo and Ten Hag says to me, 87 minutes, your team's 2-0 up, Cristiano, go and do a job, I'd tell him to do one.
Why? Because
he's got the World Cup in a month, and I'd be saying, I'm not getting injured for this.
Maybe.
I know it's the wrong attitude.
You said that about any player, but again, not a squad player. And at that point, he's again thinking that he's bigger than everything else you're trying to do. You've been asked to go on and close a job out and waste time by going on.
Yeah.
Do your job, man.
He must know something. They must know between. He's gone in January, isn't he? Surely.
Do your job, man.
Yeah.
And I'd say this about Messi or anyone else, no matter what side of that debate you fall down on or whatever else. I don't care what you've done. You play for a team.
Yeah, it's a team game. It's a teim game.
Don't be a dick.
Did you just swear on the screen?
Yeah, bugger it.
Yeah, you've been saying that all day. I'm not letting that slide.
No, but it's a fair point, isn't it? Like, just don't be a... Yeah, one of them. The thing is, he was signed for commercial value, not for what he'd add to a squad anyway. He effectively cost Solskjaer a job.
Yeah, that's fair.
And he did, because he changed the mentality or the way that dressing room was working. And also, if you look at the way that Solskjaer was setting that team up transfer-wise and tactically before they signed Ronaldo in that pre-season and back end, they were set to go, whether it was going to work or not, with a slightly more rigid base in midfield behind it, but a front three of youth and pace.
Yeah.
Mason Greenwood, obviously, unspeakable nowadays, but
Yeah.
in that front four as a rotation, Rashford, Sancho, Greenwood, Martial.
He's building for the future.
Whoever else.
That foundation in the middle who's obviously trying to work with counter-attacking, quick.
Counter-attacking or young, quick, pacey lads, full of energy, go and press.
Yeah, press. Ronaldo can't.
Ronaldo does not press.
No, he can press. He'll press for 5 minutes and think, oh, that. But yeah.
And everybody will use that clip on social media to go, oh, it's a myth that Ronaldo doesn't press.
Yeah.
He did 5 minutes of work in 90 minutes.
That's it.
No.
So we are on the way then. Dirk, first blood, and also first blood, Gezi Price.
13 dark leg for Price. Shocking start for Kirchmar leg one, but he's just gone 180, Tom 180. Snorlax, I'd delete that before everyone else sees it, where he said shocking stuff. He looks pretty good now.
Got a quick window to get rid of that one.
Yeah. 12 data, one apiece. That's not so shocking anymore.
Look at that.
Good that. Ronaldo being dropped from the panel for the weekend match. What do you think? Look, if he's negative, disruptive, and isn't going to do what he's asked to when he comes on the bench, what's the point in being there?
I don't think I'll even use him again now before the World Cup. I think they're getting rid of him in January. I think I've seen a headline today from someone that supposedly they're looking into letting him go free in January.
Just to get rid of him.
Just to get rid of him, basically.
Get his wages off the book.
Yeah. So if that's the case, that's it now.
Yeah, there's no point pandering to him until then.
Yeah.
Is he in the conversation for one of the best footballers of all time? Yes, 100%. The best Ronaldo era will take some beating.
Yeah.
They're both freaks.
Slippy G was sacked. So that's Steven Gerrard. What I love about this is the fact that they made him travel back on the coach.
I'm not sure if he was on the coach when he found out, or if that was his only way of getting back.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous. That was a 12 data from Gerwin Price, by the way. It was 13 previously. He's averaging 120. 2-0 up on Gerwin Price. On Damon Hatter, he is Gerwin Price. Excellent. Well done, Jack.
Yeah, Gerwin Price was my tip as well, wasn't it? Yeah, that was how.
You said that so blasé. Yeah. So blasé. And I'm like, it's just crap. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Hazel. No, MVG's not playing. I don't think he's there all week, to be honest. Might sneak in on Sunday.
I have no idea where he is.
Not Tip-Tata either, have you? 2-1 Dirk van Dijvenbode, a 16 dart leg for the Overgenius. Missed darts for a 15.
He actually followed the Super Series last night with MVG.
Did he?
Yeah, so I wonder if he's looking at getting himself a place.
Bad, is he?
Yeah. Well, you never know. He might decide, actually, I'm going to leave the tour.
Lose his tour card.
He's probably seen the prize money here and thought, actually, I could make a living off this.
I don't think he could. It's not quite that level yet, is it?
Could maybe do some comms as well, pick up some comms work and top up the wage.
Yeah. Well, you know.
I mean, sort of social media work pays.
He's won that much prize money in his career. Just buy the entire system.
Yeah, just buy it off.
Yeah. Forget it being an issue to the PDC. It's just Michael Van Gerwen's new practice.
This is just his job now.
It's just a difference in catching scarves every week. And Michael Van Gerwen's at the top. Heta gets on back on the board with a 1-1-2 checkout.
Oh, yeah.
Much needed as well. But he sat on a 2-darter.
Stuck on 86 for about 5 minutes, guys. 86 likes for 5 minutes.
Slacking. Maybe we won't come back tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. In fact, right, that's it. If you're watching now and you want not a stream tomorrow, but you want us two back tomorrow, get us to 100 likes. Because if not, we're going to leave you with Phil Bars and just Phil Bars.
Oh, straight in there, like, yeah. So basically,
yeah,
it's either us two or Phil Bars all day.
Yeah. I mean, there will be some Phil Bars no matter what, but if you want to dilute Phil with us two, then get us to 100 likes. Them the rules.
Come on, let's do this.
Yeah.
What time? So Phil's going to be here all day, is he? Is he coming in?
He's travelling back tonight. Haircut at 10 in the morning. We'll be here for 11:30ish and on stream for 12.
I need a haircut as well.
No comment. It looks beautiful too.
Sure. No, it doesn't. There's no hair dryer in the bloody hotel. It's been a nightmare in the morning.
Were you excited like me and then realised it's at 43
second visit? Yeah, I picked up on it, but I was just like,
we won a 9. 3-1. Gezi, 12 data once again, still averaging 111. How do you stop that?
Oh,
I know how you stop that. You phone Josh Rock and get him to do it for you.
Yeah.
218 is in the leg for Dirk.
What did I say, Dirk? 7-4.
I think so. Bob says, thankfully, Tuchel won at Chelsea, told Todd Bowley he wasn't signing Ronaldo. Yeah, but the issue is, he then got sacked and you bought him Graham Potter very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And if your owner says he wants Ronaldo, and you bought in somebody that quickly, as your new guy said, he'll take Ronaldo. As Dirk said, he'll take a spot in the final. He's just gone 4-1 up, a 12 data of his own. 180, 43, 180, 98. Solid. Kurtzman has to win this leg. He has to hold his throat. Or we can kiss this one goodnight. I think 5-1 would just be too much right now.
Door opens for David Hector as well. 180 leaves on a finish. 121. Gezi Price back on 238. So this is for a break here for Hector. But 180 in response from Gezi Price. That's a huge moment in this game, I think. Yeah. Hector now, you'd say, has to probably check this because Gezi Price on 58, 18 double tops. Does not miss them.
Anything less than that, Hector's favourite for the leg, 3-2, and he's throwing for a level game. Now he's 4-1 behind.
Yeah.
He's not 4-1 behind.
He has missed it. I never fancy Price to miss 2 at tops.
I mean, even Ronaldo's antics, there'd be very few clubs that wouldn't take him still. If that was the case, he would have gone in the summer. Man United were trying to get rid of him. No takers. There's only about 3 clubs in the world that can afford his wage bill.
Hector, 3-2.
4-2, 14 data back in the match. I think they were trying to get him back to Juve, maybe. Real Madrid didn't want him. Talk of PSG, but they've already got enough players that don't do any work. Mbappe takes his ball and goes home if he doesn't get it passed to him.
Yeah, so it's whether Mbappe.
Neymar be suspended for his sister's birthday again. Wow, Dirk van Dijvenbode, 161. 5-1 lead. That's massive.
Yeah.
It was said Boris had to hold his throw there, put together a pretty decent leg, and Dirk's just like, nah, I'm having it.
I think my 7-4 prediction is going to be ambitious now.
Yeah. Ronaldo to help Newcastle get top 4. You don't want him, do you?
I like the way we're working at the moment. I think we've got a wage structure in place. We've got...
Just in case that you can't tell by that thick Geordie accent, by the way, to support Newcastle. That's harsh for them. Yeah. Supporting that from the south, but...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it works for us.
161, Boris waiting on 16. Mad. Hector, 81. Got 6 starts like this. Don't prod around there. Leaves 88. Loves that corner.
Ooh.
Pressure again. But 3 in hand at 88. Hector takes this out. Level game.
And he has.
Huge. Best of 7 from here.
Could be going the distance, I think, with this
and
one.
And the momentum.
Yeah.
That's with Hector.
Yeah.
Careful. Say momentum lightly.
Again, brilliant standards in this semi.
Is that another slip from Boris? Just 55. Leaves 111. Expect Dirk to be on at worst a 2-dart from here. How about 10s? 111 has to go. Has to go. Say goodnight. And your first finalist, Dirk van Dijvenbode. 6-1. Dirk now leads 1 leg away from the final here.
I'm intrigued now because Gezzy's on a big fish.
Will he go for it?
Yeah.
Where's my mouse?
Is it gone? 130. So has he gone for it?
Might have just pinged the ball anyway. Second one's not in.
Yeah.
Have the fish gift ready.
Oh, got a double top shootout.
Ooh.
Guess he's not going to miss free, is he? Surely. Oh,
I feel like you said exactly the same line yesterday
And
in the
it's-
semi-final.
yeah.
And that flashed up 10
Maybe-
remaining, not 20 remaining.
Maybe the jinx.
Damon Heta takes the lead with a breaker throw. This gives him a 2-leg cushion. If he can win leg number 8. How long is Isak and ASM out for?
I think
Isak's out a couple of weeks. I think.
ASM's supposed to be potentially back for about 3 weeks. It's like, oh, he could be on the bench. Same every time he's injured. It's like, oh, he'll be back in a couple of weeks. It ends up being like 5. Yeah. Isak's definitely out after the World Cup.
Navigator's the same, isn't he?
Yeah.
Apparently he's back training, but he's not match fit. Like he's nowhere near.
Yeah.
Like Pogba was.
It's just like, yeah.
Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain always close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Close to doing another TikTok with Perry. Match darts for Dirk van Dijvenbode incoming. Not gone, but he leaves 32, and this 119 really does have to go. And it's a horrid, horrid leave as 119 because your first dart has to be at 19s, which if you hit it, you still got to go single to bullseye.
I'm surprised he left that. Got my 119 way. I get it. It was to stay where he is, but.
And unless he's done 20-20, treble 20, and just had to score,
Yeah.
if he scored 80 points with his first 2 darts on his 5th visit, if he's not thrown at 19 to switch, to leave 120 instead.
Whatever it is, though, it works in his favour in the end.
Yes. Board management. But he just relied on a miss.
Yeah.
And I'm just advising not to do that. I'm also advising not to give Going Price shots at 146.
Right then.
Because he'll put you under pressure, won't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's in the rules.
Yeah.
Double 4.
Five, 3. It's a Damon Heta. What a comeback this is. Was he 3-1 down? Was he reeled off 4 on the spin here?
He has. Who beat him yesterday?
It was in the quarters, I believe. Who was it? Was it Josh Rock, was it?
Could well have been.
I want to say Rock or Humphreys at some point.
Solid Rock. He lost to Josh Rock in the semi-finals.
Josh.
That was his first loss in 11 matches, and he's going to won another 5 today. Potentially move to the final.
The heat is on fire.
Someone that is in the final, though, Dirk van Dijvenbode, a 12-dart leg to wrap up his place in today's final, beating Boris Kuchma 7-2. An excellent performance from the Auberginius, 95 average from him. We'll leave you some stats on screen while we wait for the other one. There are your legs.
Yeah, slow start of the 24 leg, but as soon as that was over with, really good middle phase.
That's what's done the average, to be fair. There's a second one there.
Yeah.
24-dart leg and a 20-dart leg. 1 bad leg each. Yeah, it was Josh Rock. So, big leg for Going Price because he had effectively handed the darts to Damon Heta at that point. A ton 40 or better still does that for Heta now. If he matches Price's score, but Price first to finish, outside chance, always at 170.
Brilliant one, 177.
Huge. That's
to leave 32.
yeah.
how many times has Price left 170 today as well? And again, he's left 30 after the 170.
I think he's. What's he done that? His first start I might miss, or just a terrible dart at the ball? For once, Tiz, what I'm actually realising is we have a stream and we forgot to look at it again. How's he done that? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, brilliant. I'll see what happens.
What's the highest average of the day? I've seen a couple of.
There's a 1-1 something. I don't know. We'll have a look in a minute.
Yeah.
We'll go scrolling. Scrolling. What? It's not seeing the next line. Turn me off for swearing.
Yeah, exactly. Like your mum. Right.
I know you've been loving this.
I'm going to do some homework. I'll find out what the biggest average of the day's been.
Huge from Damon Hatter. Oh. Stop looking at the stream to see what guess he did.
Yeah.
For God's sake. Hatter wants 92 to wrap the match up, though. Potential 11 dart leg to close out this game. Leave tops. Coming back at it, definitely. Was it the 108? Is the best average of the day a loss?
Yeah, I think it's the 108 so far. Unless there's anything in the first.
I don't remember anything. 107 from Gary, but it's got to be the 108.
Yeah,
loss.
it's the 108, yeah.
Game shot and the match. Damon Hatter.
Oh, wow.
Another 7-3 win for the Heat. Another ton plus average for him in doing so. A incredibly steady performance once again from Damon Hatter, especially from 3-1 behind to Gerwin Price. That is awesome from Damon Hatter, who is, I'm going to say it, the most informed man in the world.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not putting him in the conversation of best player in the world or anything like that, but in the last week, Damon Hatter has won more PDC matches of darts than anybody else.
Yeah, can't deny that form. 6 of the spin there to end it with as well, when he could have.
Dem the rules.
Yeah. When he,
that's the definition of form.
Yeah. Michael Smith will be thinking, I wish I could have done that there. I mean, Damon Hatter just 3-1 down. A lot of people start feeling the pressure against someone like Gezi. Hatter, stuck to his guns, came back, fair play. Come back, kid is on. Certainly is, Renita.
It is indeed. Right, let's kill.
Oh, steady, we're killing.
Sure, we're going big time again.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hello, Mum, I'm on the telly.
You're on telly again, are you?
Big deal, me.
If anyone saw his TV debut today.
God, no. Less of that. Less of that indeed, Samuel. Is your real name Samuel?
Certainly is, yeah. Certainly is.
Didn't even know you had a different surname.
It is when I'm in trouble. Yeah.
But your mum's getting hacked again.
Yeah. Yeah. Right then.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're just swearing again now, aren't you? Oh, he's messaged me here. It's not Tinder anyway.
It's going down.
So we've got ourselves a final gob. Sue.
Back it up on screen for you. Another big one. Hey.
How long do I reckon they're going to take there? It'll be another 10 minutes, won't it? That game actually dragged on quite a bit, didn't it? Considering the score, 7-3. That was.
I think it's a lot just through, isn't it?
Yeah.
How are we looking for likes, Tiz? Did we get 100 yet?
Let's have a look.
Do people like us?
I've got a feeling we're an unpopular partnership
89?
now.
Mate.
We've lost it.
I'm not.
If it was you and Jar, we'd be on 200-300 here.
No.
We would.
It went down when Jar dropped in for an hour. Joking. I'm definitely about to get a text. Or you. Can we examine the poll to see how many people are still in contention?
I can click the poll because I've looked now to do that now.
Yeah.
102 votes. And we have, well, interestingly, Price is still the favourite.
Well, that won't change, will it? Because obviously they voted before
yeah,
that.
exactly.
So basically, 26 out of 100 people said Heta would win, and 22 out of 103 just.
You called
that close enough.
7-3, Dirk, or 7-2, isn't it?
7-2.
Yeah. To be fair, Dirk's been brilliant, hasn't he? Obviously 94. He's been better.
He's not been ton plus swashbuckling, smashing records, but he's just been steady and good enough all day.
Yeah.
I don't want full screen. I just want something a bit bigger.
Got to say with Heta as well, he shows good stamina, doesn't he? To be getting to the stages that he's getting in all these events at the moment, and still producing averages like he's doing. He's obviously got the long game for it. Really intrigued to see how he goes at the Worlds.
I saw something.
Yeah.
As a conversation point. As future World Cup pairing from my good friend Mr. Andy Walsh, who is the county MC and long-standing servant of Nottinghamshire, who has put on his social media that in years to come, Josh Rock and Nathan Rafferty are going to rack up World Cup titles together. That's a scary thought.
Yeah, there's years and years of
years of 21-year-old Josh Rock and 20-something Nathan Rafferty.
That is scary, isn't it?
Playing together for Northern Ireland in the PDC World Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, they're set for a while there, aren't they?
Is there a team better equipped, talent-wise, ability-wise, and in position to do that, where they are the number 1 and 2, or potentially number 1 and 2 on the horizon? Not that I just want to absolutely rule out Daryl Gurney and Brendan Dolan.
No, of course not. But that is the future, and that is part of the ship there that's potentially got. Even if you win one, you've done well. Let's be honest. But they've got the opportunity for multiple.
They've got 5 or 6 World Cups in them together, minimum. When you look at that as a duo.
Someone says Heta has an incredibly consistent level on the floor. Needs to show this in the TV events to become one of the elite players in the sport.
I agree. Winning in Gibraltar will certainly help because that is in front of cameras, despite it not being classed as a TV event. I think there was a bit of a TV hangover for a while, especially from winning in. Where was it? Did he win New Zealand? Did he win in Brisbane? I can't remember where his World Series win was. Close enough. In that part of the world on Telebox is what it is. Remember that knowledge you said I had yesterday?
Oh, yeah. I'll let you answer.
I think it was Brisbane. Quiz time in the chat room. Where was Damon Heta's World Series title?
Get your score predictions in, guys, for the final then. Let's have a look. Let's see what you think for the score predictions. And don't forget to put...
Brisbane. Nailed it.
Here he is.
The knowledge.
Don't forget, obviously, to put in who's going to win at that as well. Because yesterday, good 15-20% of you put a score in without a winner. So...
Yeah, score predictions.
Yeah, come on, let's have them. Score predictions, biggest checkout. They're the 2 questions that I'm putting to you.
I do like the biggest checkout.
Yeah, I like that one as well.
8-5 Dirk.
I'm gonna go 8.
Can you predict this one now that you're
8-5 for someone?
Winners out.
Yeah.
You jinxed Gerwin Price. What are you doing,
sir?
I
know. Yeah. I'm gonna go for Dirk. 8-5 for someone, and I'm gonna go highest checkout is gonna be 145.
We're saying a big 10 plus again, are we?
I'm saying it. Yeah, I'm gonna go 145 biggest checkout.
I think Heta wins.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wins 8-4. I think the highest checkout will be 116.
116.
Not too big, not too little.
It's fair. I want to change mine now, but
Nope.
I can't.
Them the rules. No second chances, no
I
fencing.
agree, because I'll only go back if it comes back and I've changed my mind. But, oh no, I said that originally. 136, highest checkout.
8.5 Dirk, highest checkout 160. Gone for it. 164 from Juanita. We all know who she's cheering on, so it's just how many legs does she think Dirk will get? I think we're on something here, though. These in-person streams.
Yeah.
A bit more fun.
Yeah, it's
It helps having top of the range TV so we can have all the information on that we need on.
Because usually at home I'm just flicking between stuff, and it's the overlap sometimes as well with the sound. It's certain things, obviously, you kind of like, you feel like, oh, is he talking now? You feel like it's almost like sometimes you need a second or so to realise who's actually jumping in with something, whereas here you can just easily, it's a lot easier to make a conversation flow.
I say a lot of stuff on a Monday night, but the most common is, go on, Lee.
Yeah, that's it. You get about 3 seconds in, it's like, oh, sorry. Yeah. That's always the thing, isn't it?
In fact, quiz time between now and the end of the final.
Yeah.
A darting referee, what is the 2 most commonly used words they use that aren't a score?
Get your answers in, folks. Bob thinks a big fish is going to go, and he thinks that Hetter's going to hit it. That was really my answer, yeah.
No.
Really?
Mm.
Oh.
No. No. This will get a lot of you.
Well, it's got me already.
Yeah.
And I've had.
It's not game on.
I've had 2 answers, and I've just whispered one to you, and you just said both are wrong. Oh!
He's got it. It has to be you require, because everything else you're guaranteed to say once per leg and once only. You require, you say once per leg.
Yeah.
But you're also capable of saying it constantly more.
Yeah, to be fair,
you require is the correct answer.
How did I not think of that first? Yeah, that was not bad. Yeah.
Yeah. No, throw first is once per leg.
Yeah.
Game on, once per leg. Game shot, once per leg. You require a minimum of once per leg.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent knowledge, sir. Well done.
Or if I'm playing, it's 5.
It's oi, watch my toes.
Oh no, we said no scores, didn't we? So.
Elka says 125 bid highest checkout 8.7. Who are you going for, Elka? Who's your 8.7 prediction of 4? Sam says Heta v MVG in the semis in Gibraltar was one of the best stage performances from Heta. His throw and rhythm was quick. On TV, Heta is slow and thinks too much when he plays MVG in column. Potentially. There's definitely an argument for that. Roberto says Heta wins 8-2, 167 checkout, and Heta hits a 9 darter. You're not asking for much, mate. But that as a forecast. See what you get.
Yeah, I like the sound of that, Roberto.
Yeah. Not sure bookies would have a few quid on it. 8.5 Heta, 170. We're going for a few fishes.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Gezi left it twice in the last match. Hit 130 and 140.
Fish and Chip Friday as well.
It is Fish and Chip Friday. Are we going to end Friday 3 with Fish and Chip Friday with a big fish? This is the point where if we had some sort of sponsor, I'd be given to the way if we did. Like
Captain Birdseye, fish fingers.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
I'd
actually love a fish finger sandwich right now. It's been, do you know what? I've done for a couple of months actually. Do you know what? Getting to winter as well now, I think it's a nice little winter food. Is that a little winter snack?
You know that nap we're supposed to be going for?
Yeah,
it's fish and chips. It's fish and chips, isn't it? I'm not sleeping. It's fish and chips, isn't it?
I'm not going to sleep. Sorry.
Oh dear.
We're warming up yet? Yeah, they're warming up now. As we know, that just means they flicked a switch. I'm back in 2 minutes. Just got to make a quick call. 2 seconds.
It's all right. I'll sit and talk to myself because we're underway.
It's underway.
Yeah, it's all right. I got this. I got this.
Yeah.
Damon Heta with the advantage of throw. Will that be significant? I.e., will we get a last leg and will Damon Heta win a last leg as a result of throwing first? After 6 darts, both players need to do a little bit of counting here. Excellent from Heta. Not so good from Dirk. Not because it didn't count, because it just didn't hit a lot. That's excellent. Huge pressure from Dirk van Duijvenbode. Could have done with that a little bit earlier in the leg, though. Heta wants tops for the first leg. Makes a mess of it. And Heta, Van Duijvenbode punishes. How does that happen? I don't know, because once again, I've forgotten I also have access to the stream to watch back and see what actually happened. So, bear with. When you spend all day just looking at Dart Connect, it's a little bit disorientating. Big setup from Dirk. What's he thrown at score 30 on? Was on like 260. Possibly treble five, single one. Switching to the wrong place, you never know. Dirk leaves 60. Chance for Heta to break straight back. Doesn't go. It's 3 in hand for Dirk for a 2-0 lead here in the final. So take 3. 2-0 to Dirk.
Actually, don't mean anything after the last game.
It's because you left.
Yeah. But as we know, comeback king.
Big saving.
Yeah.
Double 10, last starting hand from Dirk. Superb finish.
We had a big finish yet.
No. 98 was the first.
98. You never know. It could even end up being the highest.
Door open for Dirk again. Ton or more.
Ooh.
Just edges ahead. Heta, 8 legs on the trot and counting. Well, no, it can't be. Just gone 2-0 down. Or is that your prediction? You had 8-2, didn't you? That's what it is. Needs to start somewhere. Dirt leaves the fish.
Want to see it, don't we? Fish and Chip Friday. Dirt got the memo. Do you know what? 1-1-2 is a good shout for biggest finish here. 1-1-2 looks like a good shout for the biggest finish so far. Let's have a look. Fancy this.
My bad. I moved over a bit.
Oh yeah.
to get further. No, I moved over to get away from the camera. I had to get away from the screen so I could see it a bit more. That's all. But then obviously it dropped in a bit. Sorry, guys.
Oh, that could be a crucial moment.
It's just a hold. He needs to get a foot in this match, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it goes, that is, by the way. What is that English?
16 double top set, so did you check it? Oh. 9's still not a nice one, though. I never like 9.
Darts missed on his own throw in leg 1. No chance in leg 2. Darts missed in his own throw in leg 3.
I didn't fancy
Is
that.
Is he about to get away with it?
Yeah. I didn't fancy that 9 to go.
Double 10 for Heta to finally get on the board. Goes in 2. Foothold. Averages take a tumble, but he won't care if he comes away with a £12,000 first prize. I shouldn't mention food.
You peckish now?
Yeah.
I'm actually not too bad, you know. I had a little pizza thing from Greg's.
These jeans are a bit tight anyway.
I've gone for skinny jeans all week. You probably noticed.
I live in jeans, but some of them just need a belt to keep them up. But jeans are bad. They are.
Damon Heta starts with the 140, just what he needed to do, but he didn't quite back it up. And the guys first, well, I don't know why I'm saying remember the guys first to 8. You've all bloody put your predictions in there. You've all got the.
We've done that.
We've done that. Yeah, let's just forget that ever happened.
Huge maximum. Piles of pressure back on Damon Heta. Maximum of his own, puts pressure back on Dirt.
Yours is a. Oh no, wait, no, it's the market. No, mate, it's a stream.
Yeah, you're watching on YouTube, which is 10 seconds delayed to what everyone else sees.
Yeah. I'm about 2 hours behind everyone else.
36 for Dirt for 3-1. Last start in hand again. That'll be hurting Damon Heta now because that's 2 holds to throw on Dirt's throw. Both last start in hand.
Opportunity to claw one back here though. Still obviously needs the brakes. Good start.
Celebration from Dirk as well. Just too many single treble visits for Damon at the minute.
Yeah, it needs.
Keeps the scoreboard ticking over, 80s, 90s, and whatever, but he's not making the most of those. At some point, you need to start chucking 2 in and giving yourself that little bit of distance and stop leaving yourself. Or I don't think either of them have left them a nice setup from 6 darts in so far. There's been an issue with a dart somewhere. There's been a switch. There's been a move that means that 3rd visit from just inside 320 down to 200 something means that you have to count and you have to start somewhere that isn't the treble 20, or you have to be aware that your last start switches and it just makes the game so much more
No, that's more
mentally
like it.
taxing.
Yeah, that's a lot more like it.
Yeah, excellent setup shot, great counting.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on it though. Well done.
Great darts. 13 dart leg for Damon Heta. Pulls one back once again.
So is this sort of stage where Heta kicked on in the last game against Price?
Against Gezi.
Slow start against Gezi, and then obviously went on to win 6 legs on the bounce, wasn't it? To take the points. So I take the points, take the match. I've been watching too much Super Series there.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, yeah. That's the one. I'm going to say it.
Ooh.
Ooh. Going for a 12 dart,
Ooh. 171 to leave 16.
Yes.
137 to leave 15.
Could go for a 10. Don't think he'll go for it.
Don't think he'll go. Not a final.
No.
Go for that, make a mess of it, and miss 6 darts setting up from 25.
Yeah.
You will kick yourself. 10 for tops, surely.
All that.
Maybe went 18s. 18 for level 16. James has had to line himself up for a stink of a draw. The worlds are close. We get to one number 16 or 17. True, but if he can do enough damage now to get beyond that, using the Euros, the players, and the slam, if he can get in, then he goes the opposite way and he avoids one of the other top 16 for an extra round, doesn't he? He'd play a 16 to 32 seed. So
We're on 91 likes, so we mark that. So
I do nicely. Does Clayton still work, or is Dirk the highest ranked darter who still works? No, Clayton gave up his job at the start of the year. He still can drop in and do a day's work, I think, for them. I think he moved to some sort of contract or whatever. But yeah, Johnny hasn't worked this year, as far as I know. Not with the Premier League, it was just far too busy, and then the rest of the year has just stayed the same. Is Dirk the highest ranked darter who still works? Employed, potentially.
it's a great leg back, this one, by the way.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who else is up there. Don't really know, to be honest. Johnny the lazy, not lazy at all.
So
That's 2.
That leaves 12. Surely not Dirk. Or 3. Could we go the distance here?
Certainly on the cards.
Yeah.
Heta would need a break to force a deciding leg.
Dirk.
They can't do it just in holds. If Dirk van Dijvenbode does not lose his throw, he will win this final.
Look at the averages. Damon's having the better of these averages. He's definitely picked it up this last couple of legs. Dirk's not really dropped his standard, in all honesty. There you go. Well, big 140.
Yeah. I'm not sure it counts as working, but obviously Gezi's got his property portfolio now. Spends an awful lot of time on site or whatever, maybe.
There's a few people that got hobbies, he's saying. Obviously, Wadey. Look at
James Wade, yeah. Well, it's YouTube is picked up. But if James Wade could retire tomorrow and just tinker with cars, he would.
Oh yeah, that's what he
Just
did.
first love.
Yeah.
He doesn't play darts because he likes darts or he likes the sport, he likes competition. He plays darts, he's good at darts, he plays the bills. Draw up some.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I'm intrigued to see what Damon Heta comes back with here. Some 20. Now, you see, this is where he's picked
He's
it
got a
up.
bounce out.
Is it about? Oh, yeah.
We'll see that in a
Yeah,
second.
yeah.
Unless he's at treble 1 and treble 19. The chances are Damon Heta's just got a bounce out. He's still got 6 darts from 141 against the Van Dijvenbode throw. So that's perfect.
Yeah.
He's a bounce out.
Yeah. Oh.
Fallout, rather.
2 first starts were brilliant.
Leaves 52. Definitely coming back at it. Under what pressure? 96. So a 2 dart from Dirk. Just held his elbow. The visit before, but Damon Heta breaks back. So best of 7 legs from here. Damon Heta back in control of the destiny of this match by throwing first.
This is class from Heta. I really like this. It's just timing and just not feeling pressure, isn't it? We spoke about stamina earlier, mental stamina, physical stamina. It's all there. He does not look. He doesn't look phased, does he?
No. Dirk does though.
Yeah, he does.
There looks to be an issue with the Dirk arm. I've had it myself. You get like twinges in the elbow.
Yeah.
Especially if you throw quite aggressively. That snap, that release.
He's quite a twitchy player at the best of times as well, isn't he, Dirk? Do you know what I mean? You can see everything that's going through. There's no hiding any emotion. But yeah, you can definitely see he doesn't look comfortable. Oh, brilliant. That's brilliant.
Leaves 167 after 9 once again. Dirk can't leave a finish from here. So he's got 6 minimum from 167, potentially even 9 or more if he needs it. Well, he's throwing in this leg there. You don't expect it to take any more than 6 at the absolute most. Might do now. Just jinxing.
Yeah.
We all know you back, Dirk.
Exactly, yeah. I backed Dirk. Remember that, guys?
And Gezzy in the last round.
Yeah.
Time on his hands still for Damon Heta, but you don't want to faff around with 108. Leaves 16, potentially missed a dart at 16s there. Coming back for 88 once again, which has got him out of trouble a couple of times already in this match. Another ton from Dirk. Just keeps the scoreboard ticking over, but 3 troubleless visits to open this leg, meaning he's not within striking distance. And Damon Heta takes the lead for the very first time. As I said earlier, he missed chances on his own throw in leg 1.
Is that 4 legs on the spin now for
Heta?
It's exactly what he did against Gezzy. 6 legs on the spin to win it. He's done 4 legs on the bounce here.
Dirk should be allowed to play with AirPods in this just hardcore. No. No one should ever be subject to that. Poor buggers.
I wonder if we'll see an average creep above 100 here for Heta. He's really just picked it up a little bit, hasn't he? Brilliant.
Yeah, we could be on for that.
Yeah, this last 5 legs has been class.
5 of his last 6 starts have been trebles. Dirk leaves the fish.
There we go, Dirk. He keeps leaving that fish. He must have been listening to us. It's the second time. Is it the second or third time he's left the fish for us?
Second time in this match.
Yeah.
To go with 2 from Gezzy in the previous match.
That's solid, isn't it, from Heta?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. He's thrown 9 darts in this leg and 7 of them have hit this power scoring treble.
Ooh.
48 for Heta to compound the misery on Dirk van Dijvenbode.
Efficiency there.
11 dart leg moves him into the lead over the 100 mark, and he's now 2 legs away from a title.
Look at Dirk as well. You can see the frustration on his face, can't you? He's stopped himself there. You can tell he's feeling it.
First one was in, wasn't it, on the treble?
Yeah.
170. It's just ruthless from Damon Heta. He's in the zone.
Yeah. Dirk just looks to the gods there. He's thinking, what's gone on here? You just look at your body.
140. It's just relentless.
Yeah, body. You can read lots sometimes on body language, can't you? I think Dirk almost feels defeated, but you never know. This is awesome from Heta, though. It's exactly the same as what it is like. And what can you say about that? 3 visits, 140, 134, and another 134. when you've already won your last 5 legs.
That's got to be the most frustrating thing as well, because when you stood behind, watching your opponent start to win a board, and you see one block the treble, that means he has to move away. At that point, you're like, I'm going to get a chance here.
Step back to back 11 dart legs.
Back to back 11 dart legs.
Yeah.
From Damon Hatter. Checks out 93 and 2. His treble 19 hitting right now could be one of the best in the world. Potentially is the best in the world. We've seen him play matches on 19s in the last few weeks, or legs on 19s in the last few weeks, where his 12s just go missing.
This would be, again, back-to-back 6 legs on the spin to do it. Is against Price.
That is 6.
Was that 6 then?
It was 3-1 down.
Of course it was. So it could be
There's
7.
an extra leg to win this one.
Yeah. It's crazy stuff.
That's just slacking, isn't it?
Yeah, come on.
How dare he only score 81?
This is a really poor leg.
Ridiculous.
Dirk needs 2 trebles there. What's just gone on there? The
Just
scoreboard.
slapping himself. Correcting Damon's last score.
I think that's going to be good enough for Dirk.
Sky have to choose between Noppy and Heta. Who would they choose? The minute, they almost sort of have to take Noppy. Because he's won more this year. In my opinion, anyway. I think the PDC would push that as well. However, box ticking, Australia market instead of Europe, which they've already got covered with Michael. Scoring power, excitement. The fat Heta won the World Cup, has won singles thing before. Massively depends on the rest of his year.
He's done it.
And if he can start putting decent TV performances in.
So Dirk's done it again. He's left a big fish, but he's not going to get a chance to check it out because Damon Heta has taken 85 out, and that means he is your winner today. And did anyone predict that?
You didn't jinx him. Well done.
Come on. There we go.
Superb that from Damon Heta today. An excellent performance. He's just been solid throughout the work. And that means he's just won Players' Championship number 26 when he'd said 84 as well. Superb.
What was the highest checkout?
For him?
The 98.
Potentially. I don't remember seeing bigger. The 97, 93 from Heta. 98 was the highest checkout. Lovely, up the stats. I don't think anybody said that, so you're all lost.
Yeah, you're all losers. Okay.
Bless them. They've been pretty good today. They've been sat here for nearly 6 hours again.
Oh, how many likes have we got here, guys? 93.
It's all right.
We'll leave it.
That's how Heta won the match.
Yeah.
That feels very happy.
Phil Bars would stay on until he gets to 100. We're not Phil Bars. Are we content with 93? I'm quite content with 93. I think we need to get out of here.
We do. Kieran said boom. I said Heta would win at the start. Winnie says yes, I was correct on the score. Jamie says God, did Carl tell you how good this Heta guy was? He didn't. He never warned me that Damon could play darts. They were school friends, and I did a video for Kyle's birthday. People sending in video messages, and seeing Damon made Kyle cry because he hadn't seen or heard from him in a long, long time.
Yeah,
and at that point, 18 months later, Damon Heta is winning a World Series event. So ridiculously great story for me and those around it. But massive thank you to everybody that has joined us in the chat room throughout today. Once again, you guys have all been absolutely amazing. Thanks to Tiz for jumping on. Thanks to Jar for jumping on. Thanks to Barzy for jumping on as well throughout the day. Back again tomorrow from about 11:45, depending on what time Phil Bars logs on and arrives and does some work for a change.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no slacking from Phil maybe tomorrow. We might see a different Phil.
Yeah. And don't forget, obviously, the Super Series returns at 10 p.m. this evening on Sporty Stuff TV, our YouTube channel, and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel as well. Final chances to make Champions Week finals night and a chance to play for £20,000. Really do appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. We will catch you all tomorrow.
to the next level.
Two multiplied by 10 plus 1. Romeo done.